And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you are there with me. The session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that happens from round about this time happening exactly at this. Oh, pardon me. I'm hearing myself back somewhere. Hey, hold on. Oh, yes. So as I was saying, that thing that happens around about this time happening exactly at this time. If you are available, then gather, then let's be together for the next however long the session lasts. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the members is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the members is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the members is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika KWAKWANSO. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Join sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the members is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the members is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the members is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika KWAKWANSO. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there. The farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria. Holy, holy, they say. Holy, holy. Nnamdi Kanu remains their savior still. I thought Peter Obi will be the new savior now. I wonder if there'll be an upgrade, an update of that song. Holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Don't leave Nigeria for those can't get my words out. Don't leave Nigeria for those messing things up. So that's it. Don't leave Nigeria for those messing things up. Obasanjo is the person speaking. Obasanjo tells Nigerian youth to seize power now. So now is that moment, and that seems to be what is really the zeitgeist that is happening within the Nigerian space at the moment. So the zeitgeist, the spirit of the moment, is the moment of now. Now seems to be the call that everybody is saying now. They're not saying the Nigerians have lost patience with the status quo, just with the way things are. And now and immediately seems to be the demand. But how is that demand manifested is another question. Don't leave Nigeria for those messing things up. Obasanjo tells Nigerian youth to seize power now. But what does that mean? Is that some tacit endorsement of Peter Obi? I'm sure a lot of people will interpret it to mean that. Beware of opportunists riding on your popularity. Ohanaeze chieftain warns Obi. So there it is. Peter Obi seems to be the recurring decimal within all of the news cycles at the moment of the moment. How long this subsists, of course, when we get into the thickness of politics, that remains to be seen. But for the moment, they say, who was that? Was it Andy Warhol that said everybody is entitled to 5 minutes of fame? So is this 5 minutes that cliche playing out for Peter Obi in this purple patch that he seems to be enjoying at the moment? Nevertheless, beware of opportunists riding on your popularity. Ohanaeze chieftain wants Peter Obi. So warning timely, or is just a total nonsense? What are you making of that? So you come answer. The hyperlink to come and join the session is in the comment section. So if you want to come and engage in conversation around any of these talking points, then just click on that hyperlink. The link that says StreamYard, that brings you into a studio space. APC convention, Bakari speaks on 0 votes, send message to Tinubu. So Tunde Bakari, of course, what 100 million naira bought him was nothing, a literal nothing. 100 million naira to buy nothing. APC convention, Bakari speaks on 0 votes, sends message to Tinubu. So how he explains that, especially as the Lord had told him that he's going to be the 16th president of Nigeria, how he untangles and retreats from that, how he backtracks from that, and what plays out in that space, hopefully we find out in that article. NNPP's KWAKWANSO reveals who he will pick as running mate. So I wonder if he's giving us a name or an idea, whichever we find out shortly. NNPP's KWAKWANSO reveals who he will pick as running mates. So we're in that space now. It's all going to be about running mates for the next, because they have to, pardon me, because whatever their permutations are, they have to submit names to INEC by the 17th, which is what? That's 5 days away. So within the next 5 days, whatever the whatevers and whatever the what fors, names have to be submitted to INEC. So decisions have to be made within the next 5 days so that names can be submitted to INEC. So we don't have that long to wait. More Nigerians to fall into extreme poverty hunger, says World Bank report. So Buhari, of course, a gift that keeps on giving, as though he has not gifted Nigeria enough in the 7 going on 8 years that he has held the country siege by the jugular. He continues to give. Another gift from the Aboki from Daura, more Nigerians to fall into extreme poverty, hunger, says World Bank report. So there it is right there. So I always encourage you to to send me items that you'd like us to discuss via Instagram. And I'm going to post my Instagram link again. That's if I can find it. Let me just look for my Instagram link. I'm going to post my Instagram link again. If anybody has anything that they'd like me to present or to consider presenting to the platform for discussion, send it via this Instagram link. This is what Opeyemi did, and this is the article Opeyemi wants us to discuss. Nigerians abroad have sent a total of $19.2 billion home in 2022 alone. So if you are thinking 2022, we're halfway into this year and barely halfway into this year as well. So if they've sent 19.2 billion, so not million, no, billion, $19.2 billion already in 2022. And if you imagine then that the bulk of our monies sent home is usually around about December time, then you are looking comfortably as going on $50 billion that is being sent home. Who are these people sending it home though? We know that the Northerners don't especially work abroad. So this is Southern money. We can from this figure project to the future. And if we capture the Christmas festive season as well, then comfortably we can, with some confidence, say that Nigerians will be sending the better part of $50 billion home this year. And a good bulk of that, 45 of those 50 billions, I suspect, will be Southerners. So is it not time to be using this money to influence matters and make sure it is parked within your own zone? Nigerians abroad have sent a total of 19.2 billion home in 2022 alone. And by the way, we're still in 2022. We're in June now, so there it is right there. And finally, this one, Nigerians demand independent EFCC, ICPC to tackle corruption. So it's a total nonsense, all this anti-corruption agency, which is packed under some other satellite agency. A good example is the EFCC, which is meant to be for economic financial crimes. But the most criminal person within the Buhari administration, Abubakar Malami, he has hijacked that agency and packed it under his own ministry. So how can then that agency investigate the most corrupt person in the administration when the most corrupt person in the administration is the agency's boss? So this is what's going on in Nigeria, a total farce, the whole idea of our EFCC and all that nonsense. So that's the menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. You know the protocol. As you're coming in, please click on the like button. We want to hit high figures in the on the like button. So click on the like button as you are coming in. And if you are coming on the studio, as much as you can, have your camera switched on, because people are insisting that they want you to stand by your words. So if you are as much as you can, and I'm going to be enforcing that somewhat in times to come. So just to prepare people that do come on, people are insisting, and I don't disagree, that you should really be able to stand by your words. So stand by your words. So click on the like button if you're watching. That helps propel the platform. Click on the subscribe button if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join me on the studio to engage in a conversation around all these headlines that I've given, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I will let you into a studio space and then engage you in a conversation around the talking points. So that is how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So by way of inducement, as you set about the clickings, let me provide you with a little bit of liquid nourishment. Your calabash to the ready.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wẹ́lá ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Iku Koniru Agbeshe, is there prayer more potent than that? Iku Koniru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Don't leave Nigeria for those messing things up. Obasanjo tells youths to seize power now. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has charged Nigerian youths to seize power now instead of abandoning the country for those messing things up. Obasanjo gave the advice when he distributed 85 tricycles to youths drawn from across 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory FCT, as part of the activities to mark his 85th birthday celebration. The former president said youth should contribute towards addressing the numerous challenges confronting the nation. Tagged Obasanjo at 85 Free Keke program, the former president enjoined the youth to shun the famous cliche that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. According to Obasanjo, now is the time for the youth. So they must take advantage of the available opportunities to make their lives better. He said if the youth flee Nigeria and leave the country in the hands of people messing things up, there will be nothing for the younger generation tomorrow. He said, the first thing we want to prove is that there are opportunities galore in this country. Yes, things are not what they should be, but you as youths, individually and collectively, must make up your mind. Make contributions in order to make things the way they should be. If you leave things in the hands of those messing it up for you and who are saying you are the leaders of tomorrow, you will never have that tomorrow. Today is your day. Then the third point is, yes, sometimes you may get people who would help you, and at times you may not even get who would help you. You must remember God has given you innate ability to be what he wants you to be. And if you make up your mind on what you want to be, God will help you and he will provide those people who would help you to reach the sky, which you should be, which should be your limit. So that is Obasanjo speaking to the young demographic to say, tomorrow is now. Do you see? Because they've been talking about Nigeria belonging to the future belonging to the youth. That tomorrow belongs to the youth. That's a cliche that recycles within the Nigerian space. I remember this was the recurring decimal under Babangida, and when he came back to run after he had been kicked out of office in 1999, when he came back to run, and they reminded him that he said the youth, the future belongs to the youth. He said he was coming back to train the youth. So if he had not trained them, when he had power to train them, and he wants to come back to sit on top of them, and then another octogenarian, septuagenarian, and all the genarians are in situation to sit on top of you again, your tomorrow will never come if you don't realize that your tomorrow is now. So this is what Obasanjo is saying to the youth. Your tomorrow is now, but what is that now for you? You know, and how does that now manifest? This is the conversational space that Baba Yabo is opening up. Some people might say this is the future, and this is the now that Obasanjo is talking about. They will latch onto this to bring it to this space. Beware of opportunists riding on your popularity. Ohanaeze chieftain wants Peter Obi. Pardon me. A chieftain of the Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization Ohanaeze Ndigbo, Mr. Jones, I won't attempt his last name, has warned the presidential candidate of Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, against those who are flocking to the party to contest election after failing in the primaries of their former parties. The gentleman described them as political opportunists who want to ride on Obi's popularity, especially in the Southeast, to win election. So let me just pause there for a moment, because Ohanaeze Ndigbo, they are quite particular and honest that Obi's popularity is essentially mainly in the Southeast. He has some popularity, of course, outside of the Southeast, but the core and bulk of that popularity is, of course, in the Southeast. So that narrative, that appellation of the Ipobian candidate is somewhat wrapped in what Ohanaeze is acknowledging now. So essentially an acknowledgement of Peter Obi essentially being an Ipobian candidate. So the gentleman described them as political opportunists who want to ride on Obi's popularity, especially in the Southeast, to win elections. In a statement, the gentleman expressed worry that about 90% of current holders of Labour Party tickets do not know anything about the party, he said. Ask about 90% holders of current Labour Party tickets across the country, and you should not be shocked to know that they don't even know a thing about the Labour Party or what it stands for. These are power-crazy, lousy, ideas deficient and corrupt political opportunists who are looking for any available and easy train to take them to political office. 90% of the Labour Party candidates for the National Assembly and gubernatorial elections are worse than those PDP and APC candidates they tell you they want to replace. These people will campaign on the popularity of Peter Obi, but they are these people will campaign on the popularity of Peter Obi, but they are stark opposites of what Peter Obi represents. But a lot of those supporting Obi will most likely vote for those individuals, especially in the Southeast. And I tell you why, I tell you why this is dangerous. Peter Obi's chances of winning the presidency on Labour Party platform is below 25. So this is a real guy speaking to, that's the second hit that he has made. So the first hit was to acknowledge that the Peter Obi popularity is mainly, but although not exclusively vested within the Southeast, which then wraps around that Ipobian, Mancurian, and Ipobian candidate sort of narrative, which people just disregard the Peter Obi phenomenon as, that essentially is an Ipobian candidate. So a tacit somewhat acknowledgement of that. But now this reality was also now, because that Ipobian narrative that wraps around Peter Obi is going around the social media, throwing sticks and stones at everybody if they don't agree that Peter Obi is going to win the presidency by a landslide. But this now to reality. Now, and this is Ohanaeze speaking, by the way, Peter Obi's chances of winning the presidency on the Labour Party platform is below 25%. but he will make a significant. This is exactly what we're saying. This is exactly what we have been saying. So let me just let me just read it to you, because this guy, I think whoever this guy is, I'll try to learn his last name. I'll copy it into the comment section so that an Igbo speaking person can tell me how to pronounce this guy's name. And eminently sensible, of course. Peter Obi's chances of winning the presidency on the Labour Party platform is below 25%, but he will make a significant impact in the Southeast and probably take some local government areas or even some states. But there is a high likelihood that the Labour Party, banking on his popularity, might take a few national and state assembly seats, especially in the Southeast. If we make the mistake of voting for Labour Party, or because of Peter Obi is on the ticket, we will be putting the Southeast in a very bad political situation. We will be sending opportunists who probably have no idea of lawmaking nor any passion for the good of their people to the National Assembly, the gentleman said. Onwa Sonya is his name. I'll copy the name and post it in for the Igbo speakers to tell me how to pronounce this name. So eminently sensible by my reckoning. So from eminently and eminently sensible to rank stupid. APC convention, Bakari speaks on 0 votes, sent message to Tinubu. The overseer of the Citadel Global Community Church, Pastor Tunde Bakari, the overseer of the Citadel Global Community Church, Pastor Tunde Bakari, on Sunday, wished APC presidential candidate Senator Bola Tinubu the best in the 2023 general elections, saying that a new Nigeria was possible. Bakari, one of the contestants for the APC presidential ticket at the party's primaries on June the 8th, made the remarks whilst addressing his congregation and supporters on the APC primary during the church's Sunday worship in Lagos. In his address titled, "A New Nigeria is Still Possible," Bakari said he remained committed to such a new Nigeria that will work for all and sundry. I congratulate the winner of the APC presidential primaries, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on his victory. His emergence as the flag bearer and presidential candidate of the APC is a testament to his significant contributions to the cause of the Southwest, as well as his labor towards the formation and establishment of the APC, as I have said in times past. I, therefore, extend best wishes to him as he proceeds on the campaign trail towards the 2023 general elections, the cleric said. Bakari said that since the conclusion of the APC primaries in Abuja on June the 8th and June the 7th and 8th, he had received an almost endless stream of visitors and shared various impressions, but yet to make any official public statement. As the main constituency and core group I am accountable to, I deem it appropriate to share a few thoughts with you first, he told the congregation. On his involvement in politics, Bakari said it was antithetical that some parents want their children to grow up to be presidents, but did not want them to become politicians in the process. The overseer said that he had a lifelong commitment to serving his nation, Nigeria. So we're back to the lifetime ambition narrative again. Bakari said he remained convinced now more than ever that the quest to serve his beloved nation, Nigeria, had been a worthy adventure for a worthy cause. According to him, as a presidential aspirant at the APC Special Convention, it had been a great honor for him to be the standard bearer of the message of a new Nigeria, a Nigeria that works for every Nigerian. He thanked his supporters across the nation and in diaspora for their unalloyed support despite the challenges leading up to the primaries, Bakari said. Our heads remain unbowed because we did not compromise on the values that are integral to building a new Nigeria. For us, the means has always been as important as the end. This is why we confidently wear our zero votes as a badge of zero tolerance for a certain kind of politics. So there it is. And that is the spin right there. So because I did not bribe them, is where it's going to. If I had, if I had bribed them or nobody bribed them, they would have voted for me. And this is where it's parking is zero. Listen to that. Oh, so I'm not even trying to lead you in any direction. This is what is. This is where he's trying to park is 100 million naira to buy zero votes at. That is an affirmation of his integrity, a badge of integral honor. For us, the means has always been as important as the end. This is why we confidently wear our zero votes as a badge of zero tolerance for a certain kind of politics. The cleric said that his confidence was rooted in the biblical reference in Daniel 4:17 that holy God rules human kingdoms and can raise leaders out of losers. According to him, since he will ultimately give account to God, he will continually trust him despite what may today appear to be a setback. So it's not spoken yet on God telling him that he's going to be the 16th president of Nigeria. And if God has revisited him to reverse that prophecy, or if he's misinterpreting that prophecy, or how he's untangling himself from that prophecy. The presidential aspirant said, there is still a cause and there is still a nation to transform. This is not the work of just one man or woman or just one party, but the calling upon every Nigerian worthy of the name. It is my earnest prayer that the good Lord will bless Nigeria with leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice. He prayed that God will bless Nigeria with leaders not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. Bakari prayed that God will bless Nigeria with leaders who can subject their particular egos to the pressing. That should be suppressed, not subject, but they wrote subject. Bakari prayed that God should bless Nigeria with leaders who can subject their particular egos to the pressing urgencies of the great cause of freedom. So suppress, not subject. May we all find it within ourselves to become these leaders, no matter the temptation to be less than. This is the moment where those leaders must begin to revive the dreams of our founding patriots, the dreams of a Nigeria strong and united, though tribes and tongue may differ. So I think it carries on with endless nonsensity, but that is Bakari, of course. It was integrity that scored him zero. NNPP's KWAKWANSO reveals who he will pick as running mate. So KWAKWANSO still imagining he's still in the race. The presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Musa KWAKWANSO, has revealed that a Southern Christian would be picked as his running mate for the 2023 election. Correspondents report that there have been debates on who presidential candidates pick as their running mate as the June 17th deadline set by the Independent National Electoral Commission for the submission of the list of candidates draws nearer. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has been in the news lately over who he will decide to pick as a running mate. Speaking with correspondents, KWAKWANSO said that the NNPP is currently making consultations to choose a credible Southern Christian. He said, a committee has been constituted to help get the best Nigerian who will be a Christian from the southern part of the country as the running mate. The KWAKWANSO national movement is already in the southern part of the country, and we will get someone who is widely accepted in the southern part of the country as my running mate. So he's not narrowed it to ethnicity, I don't think, but I did see somewhere where he allegedly mentioned he was looking for a Yoruba person. I am sure they will come with their own benefits to be added to the NNPP for the success of the party. When we come together, no candidate of the APC or PDP will be able to defeat us. So not any real news from there, because of course nobody has the expectation that he will select an Aboki to run alongside him. But at least he will be a Christian, and there is no expectation that he would select a Muslim to run alongside him either. So I'm not quite sure how much we glean from that. But from that to this, more Nigerians to fall into extreme poverty, hunger, says World Bank report. So Buhari, of course, a gift that keeps on giving. The World Bank has raised an alarm that more people in Nigeria and its sub-Saharan Africa neighbors are likely to fall into extreme poverty. The bank cited Russia's military operation in Ukraine as one of the factors driving up global inflation in a newsletter titled June 2022 Global Economic Prospects. The report said 4 in 10 Nigerians live below the poverty level, and that many more are at risk of falling into poverty and becoming food insecure. Increases in food prices would further erode domestic demand, the report said. It reads in part, growth in the SSA is projected to decelerate from 4.2% in 2021 to 3.7% in 2022 as high inflation and policy tightening weaken domestic demand. The growth deceleration in major trading partners is compounding this headwind. Growth is projected to firm slightly to an average of 3.9 in 2023-24, assuming further progress with the pandemic containment, favorable terms of trade in commodity exporters, and a gradual easing of global food price pressures. Although forecasts for both 2022 and 2023 have been unchanged, mainly on account of upward revision for Nigeria, regional growth, excluding the three largest economies, Angola, Nigeria, and South Africa, has been revised down by 0.4% points this year. This reflects slower than expected growth in 30 countries and over 60% of the SSA economies, which together account for more than a quarter of the regional GDP. So it goes on to drill into details, but essentially the suffering has not ended in Nigeria. So from that to a story submitted by Okoyemi, one of our subscribers. Nigerians abroad have sent a total of $19.2 billion home in 2022 alone. World Bank said in its 2020 World Bank said that in 2022 the remittance view is moderately positive, according to Business Insiders. The bank released its migration and development brief, saying that growth is expected to continue at 7.0%. And I hadn't even read this, but they're estimating to $55 billion. The growth, the World Bank said, is despite the general adverse economic environment globally. Remittance all over the world have always been a much needed help for the low income countries like Nigeria, most of which are African countries, because of the uncertainty that represents foreign direct investment. The World Bank said diaspora remittances are paramount sources of international financing for developing countries like Nigeria. In 2022, one of the most important factors that will sustain the momentum concerning remittances to the African continent is the increase in the use of official means. Nigeria continued its dominance in the diaspora remittances on the continent due to the fact that the country has a large number of people abroad. Here are the top 10 countries with the most diaspora inflows. Nigeria, 19. So look at this now. So Vin, I hope you are listening to this. Here in Ghana, so here in Ghana and there in Ghana. So here are the top 10 remittances Africa related. Nigeria, $19.2 billion. Ghana, $4.5 billion. Kenya, $3.7 billion. Senegal, etc., etc. So it cascades all the way to Togo with $700 million. So there it is right there. The impact. So the estimates then that eventually it will be around the $55 billion bracket just for this year alone. No, 55. All you guys are building houses, building mansions, building estates, and doing businesses, all of that and everything. Money for auntie, money for that girl, money for your sister, money for hospital, money for schools, money for this, and money for that. All of that wrapped together, $55 billion. Nigerians, and this is now the last readout. Nigerians demand independent EFCC ICPC to tackle corruption. Some Nigerians have called for stronger anti-corruption agencies to ensure their independence in tackling high-profile corruption cases in the country. They said that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, should be allowed to function without political interference. Some respondents said apart from making the agencies completely independent, it was vital for them to be funded adequately. Martin Idachaba, a lecturer in the Department of Law, Kogi State University, Iyangba, said that President Muhammad Buhari's anti-corruption crusade has so far recorded some achievements. He, however, alleged that alleged that politicization of the anti-corruption fight and failure to investigate accusations involving politically exposed persons had cast doubt on the anti-corruption war. Mr. Idachaba suggested that the government should deploy more technology to reduce direct contact where possible between government officials and the public to discourage bribery and corruption. So what he's saying in that space is essentially to digitalize the Nigerian space. So rather than having to do a paper process to do anything within the Nigerian space, you just go to a portal, and then via that portal, you do whatever it is you need to do. You pay whatever you have to pay via some e-system payment, and then you pick up whatever it is you need to pick up. So remove as much as you can human contact with the functionaries of government. This is essentially, and this is eminently sensible, and this is a low-hanging fruit. It's just to spend the money, and it's not even that much of a spend. So the digitalization of that space is essentially, and this is what Goodluck Jonathan was proposing as well when he said stealing is different from corruption. Mr. Idachaba said okay, let me take it from this other paragraph. Mr. Idachaba suggested that government should deploy more technology to reduce direct contact where possible between government officials and the public to discourage bribery and corruption. Mr. Idachaba said, like election matters, there should be a timeline for the determination of corruption cases, saying the current situation of delaying high-profile cases of corruption often dampens the morale of personnel involved in anti-graft war. Another legal expert, Samuel Ndar, also called for strengthening the anti-corruption agencies to ensure optimal performance. Mr. Nda advocated for legislation that would empower the anti-corruption agencies to keep suspects when arrested till the completion of the investigation. So I'm not quite sure if that makes sense. He faulted the trend amongst anti-corruption agencies, especially the EFCC, where suspects are arrested without proper investigation. Ola Gunju Adetola, a civil servant, said corruption in the country had reached the level of national emergency. He called for a collaborative strategy involving the government and the citizens to face the challenges posed by corruption head on. Mr. Adetola said the government must continue to tighten the noose on persons corruptly enriching themselves within the system to discourage others from the act. Beatrice Samuel, a lawyer, said that government should demonstrate the political will to deal with any corrupt person without fear or favor. She also canvassed for legislative and judicial support in the fight against the scourge of corruption in Nigeria. Other respondents, like Benjamin Kayode, advised that anti-corruption agencies must have strong evidence before sweeping up suspects. Mr. Kayode, who lives in Abuja, said invasions and arrests based on suspicions were not good for the image of the anti-graft agencies. For 28-year-old Nandi Agu, who claimed that his house was wrongly searched by EFCC in 2020, the agencies must carry out proper investigation before the arrest to enhance their credibility. A banker, Eunice Eweka, advised the anti-graft agencies to make adequate background checks before confronting suspects to prevent embarrassing confrontations that may stall credible operations. So there it is right there. Advices to the anti-graft agencies, but the totality of it is that they must just get their acts together. So, Baba Akure, I see you. Exiro, I see you. Gentlemen, please keep yourself muted as you're coming in. Exiro, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Tony, I see you. Tony, we don't want any wilding up today. Please, Tony, no wilding up today. I don't want to have to ban you, but please don't wild the place up today. Thomas, I see you. And who else do I see? And Ola, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So let me go first to Joe. And Joe, let me take you then to the space. Obasanjo's advice to the Nigerian youth, you know, that the future is now, your moment is now. They said tomorrow belongs to the youth, but tomorrow never comes because tomorrow is always a time in the future. So tomorrow is now, and the Nigerian youth must now seize this moment or remain in perpetual servitude to the people that have always had dominance over them. Obasanjo speaks, but usually when Obasanjo speaks, they throw stones at him, not listening to his words. So what are you then making then of the alarm that Baba Yabo is raising to the Nigerian youth?
Oh, good evening, Oman and everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah. Yes. The way I see it is, it's not too late, but the point is, it's easier to talk, to give advice. Looking at his time, you wonder how many youth did he give opportunity at that time. So it's a good thing that he's trying to empower them, empower the youth, but sometimes it's just a political talk that they make. So
But setting it outside of that, because that is the usual go-to. Anytime that Obasanjo speaks, they say yes, but you were there for 8 years. Why didn't you do this and why did you not do that? He was there for 8 years and he did a lot of good that is still manifest within the Nigerian space, and the dynamics has changed from when he was to what obtains now. And he's alarming that look, get your acts together. You know, this moment now, it could pass the night. You know that the night. Let's put a bracket on a youth that can be president. So let's say somebody between the ages of 45 to 55 is the Nigerian young person that will be ideal for that office. So if they lose this opportunity to Atiku Tinubu, then that is 8 years. This 55-year-old now is 8 years plus into his 60. The 45 years old is nearly done, if not done. So that moment passes them by only for that narrative to see succeed that the future. So this is their moment and they must seize it, is what Obasanjo is saying.
Yes, but if they even get their PVC and they vote, if we have to be factual, because I was listening to you when you were talking about the Ohanaeze and that of Peter Obi, and they said Peter Obi can only have maybe the possibility of being a president is 25% or thereabout. So that tells you that if all things being equal, the presidency will just be between Atiku and Tinubu. That is the way I see it. So for the youth,
So that's another generation wiped out then.
that is just it. That is just
If
it.
it goes
Because
to
if you look at,
Tinubu, that's a generation. That's another, because Buhari has wiped out a generation. So
unfortunately,
Tinubu will wipe out another generation.
yes, unfortunately, that is what we see, and that is what that is the realistic situation as of today. That is what is just between the two of them. So even the third force, you realize the third force is just maybe about 25%, or that possibly has to wait for another 8 years. So
In 8 years' time, what relevance will Peter Obi have? He would have, because this is his purple moment now. If it doesn't happen for him now, then that's the end.
yeah, because when you look at the youth, where number one, where would they be able to get the money that these people have, like a wash chest, or what do they call it? There is no youth that have this kind of money that we just, you don't know how much Atiku and Tinubu have spent, and even the campaign
and set aside as well.
and set aside, campaign has not even started at all. So this one is just to win the primary.
Sorry, Joe. The argument that they are making now is that this era, what we're looking at is a new politics. It's a new type of politics, which is people-driven, and is going to defeat that money politics that you are talking about. So they're saying that there's a mass people movement that is going to sweep through, no matter what money politics has to say.
I would love that, but like I saw a headline today that Labour is in talk with NPP, maybe to merge. You see, that is Labour merging with another group of thieves or armed robbers. So then where does that leave the youth? So that is why in Nigeria it's a bit difficult. I don't know how they can get rid of all these things so that it will be youth storm.
Now, what would you
unfortunately,
sorry, go on. Yeah, go on.
But unfortunately, even the youth among those contestants, they cannot come together. And as a result, their votes are divided. So, for instance, if we can have, I know the youth of Nigeria is different from the way they describe youth in the world, because at 50, someone is still a youth. At 70, is still a youth. So, for instance, if we have someone like Peter Obi, Mogalu, Showore, they match together that yes, they want to really have one front and confront these people. Yeah, that would be good. But unfortunately, they will not come together. They will not come together because this one wants to be the president, the other one wants to be the head. So, and there's no way you can have two captains tending a ship. So that would be a disaster. And that is the opportunity that all these old grandpas are using now to be ruling Nigeria. So I don't know how this can be done.
Joe, do you think that Nigeria necessarily, for it to ever grow, it has to break the stranglehold of elements like Tinubu, Atiku, Buhari, Babangida? They need to break the stranglehold of these people. Do you agree that that is necessary? And if you do agree, how realistically, not some far-fetched theory, how realistically do you think Nigeria can break the stranglehold of these people? Tinubu
it's a bit difficult. Not that maybe we have resigned to failure or whatever, but because this thing is systemic failure. Just like when you were reading out the headline, you talk about independence for ICPC or for EFCC. But you can see the person that is really the head of EFCC now is Malami. So now, in the next 4 years, 5 years down the line, you just realize Malami will be like Tinubu with all the money he has. So that generation comes up again. And that is why it's difficult to break. Because, for instance, if EFCC is truly independent, they're supposed to have pick all of them. We are talking about, look at the Accountant General with 80 billion, and all they can do is just for him to be suspended and sent back home. It's not done anywhere. It's not done.
You know that they've not said anything.
No,
Sorry.
Nothing.
They've not said anything on the Tinubu's bullion van, which played out in open glare.
Exactly.
EFCC has not said anything. ICPC has not said anything. Nobody. If you and I take bullion vans to our house, before they park, they will be kicking in the door and putting us in handcuffs.
Yes, you talk about that. How about Bakari that was suspended, yet he was still operating? He was suspended, that is Bakari, and yet he was still operating, still commanding his subordinates. So, to me, I don't know how that can be, that except if there is a systemic cleansing. Maybe to just pack all those people together and give them conditions, either to surrender everything or they are taken out.
Do you know what? Do you know what Prince Salman did in Saudi Arabia just a few months ago? He corralled all of these alleged billionaires in Saudi Arabia, and he put them he arrested them to the most luxurious hotel in Saudi Arabia, and he put a security ring around that hotel. If you need medication, they'll get you your medication, but you don't leave your room. And he told them to sweat out $300 billion that they've stolen or illegally gotten. This was what Prince Salman did in Saudi Arabia. So I think we need something like that.
Yeah,
we need a cleansing in that.
Exactly, because you don't even, in fact, nobody can really pinpoint how much or how wealthy these people are. Nobody. For Tinubu, you can't say, oh, Tinubu is just maybe a few billions. Nobody. Do you know how much he must have spent for this? Look at Atiku, the same thing. And there are some other people like that are in Nigeria that all they know is about state money. State money. Look at the chairman of APC, the chairman that have been in politics since in the 70s, and is still there now.
You know, he's under investigation for 7 billion when he was state governor in whichever
nobody will probe him. He will go free.
Can I interject?
Yes, come in, Babakure.
Okay, I just want to buttress what Joe just mentioned. Do you know, if you listen to Rochas Okorosha when he was delivering his message during the convention, if you listen to him very well, do you know that he mentioned that he alone, anyway, he's a thief anyway. He said he alone is the person that made his money before he even joined politics. But you see, all these people that are here, they made the money from government, from you guys. That was exactly the statement he made that very day. So just to support what Joe is saying, because we don't know how much money these people have already stolen, and we also see, I mean, we also hear from different angles. This guy mentioned that, oh, because we never stole them, that is why they continue stealing. That is Amechi. Then we heard this one again during convention, saying that all these people that you see here, it is government money. They claim to be their money.
Sorry, Joe. So just to what Babakure was saying, do you know that there was a time they were talking about debt forgiveness, that the international community should forgive Nigeria's debt, and a British parliamentarian said they should get out. That he knows personally 5 Nigerians that will pay off Nigeria's debt instantaneously and not break stride. 5 Nigerians, so not 50. You know, so this is it. But sorry, Joe. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, Lagos State is almost the largest, in fact, richer than many countries in Africa. But you see the governor following Tinubu as if he's a bag carrier. After the primary, you still see him following Tinubu down to Abuja to see Buhari, to see Oshibajo, to see Okorosha. It's so ridiculous. A whole governor. That is just to tell you that the whole money of Lagos is in Tinubu's pocket.
Lagos will fund this campaign.
That is the point. So we don't even know how rich these people are. So to me, they should be picked up. If it's a good environment, they should be picked up and force them to cough out that money before they can be, for them to have their freedom. There is nobody that doesn't like freedom. If they deny them their freedom for a long time, until when they cough out every penny, I tell you, they will do it.
Joe, please, can I interject, please?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening. I just want to give you one statistic so you can just buttress your point on that. This third force we are talking about, I don't think we are ready. If Buhari puts 15 million votes, 2029, Atiku put 2019 rather. Atiku put 11 million votes. Ask me who is the third in that race. One guy, Nicholas Felix. Do you know who Nicholas Felix is? I've never heard that name. Yeah, I've never heard that name before.
What was his number?
107,000.
That's the number who came third in 2019.
Third, 2019, one man.
No, that's not right. No, that's not right. Even Showore got 33,000.
I said 107,000.
Oh, 107,000. All right. Okay.
Yes, 107,000. We don't have 3 parties in Nigeria, my brother. These people that they are shouting, they are collecting PVC.
Yeah, but nobody knows. Hold on, nobody knows who Nicholas, whatever is. Everybody knows who Peter Obi is.
But what I'm saying is, we still have these 2 parties is still gonna dominate come 2023. That is just what I'm saying. If Nicholas, Alex can put 107,000, and we don't even.
Hold on, you can't use Nicholas, whatever it is, as a measure now. It's a nobody now. Do you know who he?
But one man, I'm building something.
Nobody on this platform knows who he is.
But that I'm telling you something. Just let me come down, then you can counter me. Even Showore that we know, he can't be this man. Mogalu, there are many prominent Nigeria even there that they don't even reach 100,000. And they are on the social media canvassing votes even then, 2019 rather, and they can't even put votes at all. I don't think we are ready, one man.
All right,
that's just my submission.
All right, thank you. So off the back of that, Joe, are we right to be using the data of 2019 to project? Because I'm suggesting that 2019 is somewhat anomalous. Because yeah, go on.
I don't think we can use those data, because number one, if we look at what they pulled that time, take for instance that of Atiku. It wasn't only Atiku that pulled the 11 million. He has the joint ticket with Obi, so Obi must have contributed. And now that Obi is off, we don't know who is going to pick again. Maybe that person will not even be able to pull anything. So we cannot be using those data as a yardstick to judge what we will come up in 2023. No.
All right. Let me use this window to acknowledge Babati's super chat. I'm sure this is a jocular one. There's more prospects of anyway. This is Babati somewhat being cheeky. It says Prince Adewale Adebayo from Ondo State of the SDP will be your next president. Let me do it again. Prince Adewale Adebayo from Ondo State of the SDP will be your next president of Nigeria. PDP, LB, AAC, so that should be LP, not LB, but PDP, LP, AAC, not ACC, and APC will win. He checks all the boxes. So so ridiculous. Even the writing of it is just completely. But thank you for the ridiculousness. That entertained. So that's Babati being cheeky. But back to you then, Joe. And the narrative now that is coming out of Ohanaeze is eminently more realistic than what we are hearing from the IPOB and following of the Peter Obi narrative. So they are realistically saying to Peter Obi that watch your back, because a lot of people are jumping onto this train that you are driving with intentions completely different from how you had intended. So that's one. But they are realistically also say that he brackets within the 25%. But is that even being overly generous? Because the votes are going to be fought tooth and nail, because Tinubu and Atiku, they are equal measure politicians. So they are not going to allow any votes to slide. So is that 25% that they are attributing to Peter Obi, is that even overly generous with what obtains?
Whoever we that 25% is a bit on the high side for Peter Obi or whoever, whether Peter Obi or KWAKWANSO or whoever. I think
third first. Yeah, the third
yes,
first.
third first. I think is just too generous to me, and it's a bit unrealistic, because like the Ohanaeze, they were warning him, and it's difficult for him to just be able to yield or to listen, because number one, to even fund the party, they need money. And if you say youth will contribute and give, you realize how much will they even contribute that we go a long way to cover the whole of Nigeria. And we looking at these two parties, they are just like twins, maybe from different father, if I will use that, because they hardly do you see any of them that have not been in one of these parties before. From from APC to PDP back to APC and so on. So they are the same. And they will make sure that they pull all their resources together to just win. So I think that 25% is on the high side. I think I mentioned it 2 days ago or thereabout, that if you look at even the NSAS youth people were talking about the other time, many of them are already campaigning for Tinubu. So now the older generations will be taken by these two forces, and then the youth will now be divided. In fact, it will just be like when they went to Berlin in 1884, and they just took Africa, put it on the table, and with knife, and they start slicing Africa. That, oh, you France take this part, you take that part. That is the way they will slice the youth. So that is what is going to happen.
All right, but you know, every single vote will be hard fought for in this election.
Yes.
That much we can be clear on. But is the third force ready for that fight, and can they fund that fight? Because it's going to be ugly, it's going to be dirty, and it's going to be extremely expensive.
One man.
Yeah.
I know you are saying these things to let me react.
Not
but
you.
I don't want to overreact.
No, reality now. In reality.
X0.
You want me to react? You want me to react because I know when you start making those rhetoric that will make me, jump into the conversation. I jump in and I'll start with my argument. But you know that I don't doubt whatever you say. All of you have said well, because there's a possibility for anything to happen in this coming election. But I just want you to give some space of time or some consideration towards what's going to happen between now and the gestation period between now and the election proper. Don't forget that there's currently negotiations. We have not seen the deputy to all these, the running mates to all these candidates. That might change the dynamic. And then, of course, don't forget also that there's a change.
We already know who. Sorry, we already know who Peter Obi's running mate is likely to be.
So who is that?
It's going to be Ribadu, almost certainly.
And what weight does Ribadu have? Anyway, I don't know about that. But what I know is that there are three likelihoods. I know for sure that the KWAKWANSO movement was set up strictly for negotiation. He knows he cannot win the presidency with just Kano State or one other state. That is certain. So they were set up strictly for negotiation. But who he negotiates with is going to be a topic for another day. He's most likely, for me, I see, if it's set up for negotiation, he's going to be either Tinubu's vice to get a stake, to position himself to become the president sometime in the future. That is if the APC allows that. If he's going to negotiate with the Peter Obi faction, he will not want to leave the presidency slot. If he leaves it, that leaves him in limbo, kind of, because he's not sure if they're going to clinch it, if the incumbency are not going to rig it. But then that will be the interesting side of the deal.
Wow.
Or if Peter Obi submits to become his vice, that will still leave it at, it's still between Atiku, whatever happened between Obi and the ANPP and Tinubu. But that apart, what I wanted to point out is there is something that happened in INEC that is going to be the game changer. You see, before it used to be the PVC and the machine, but now, like I heard from a credible source, if your thumbprint and your facial recognition is not done, you have not voted. So maybe you should make a research.
No, that will change on the day, because what will happen on the day of the election is that there'll be lots and lots of reports of system breakdowns, either for reasons of signal, equipment malfunctioning, all of this. There'll be several reports of system breakdowns, and then INEC will tell you that because they don't want to disenfranchise people from exercising their democratic rights, that they're going to revert just in some spaces, especially in northern spaces, to the pencil and paper sort of voting, and that is that. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't have the clear picture, but what the explanation that was given to us was that if the system breaks down, this current solution is for if the system breaks down, there's one application that does not break down. That means it's going to recognize your thumbprint and your face. I don't know so that's why I say you have to make a research on that. So that covers for system breakdown. That means nobody can vote for another person or vote twice. You understand it?
Well,
yes.
Who will be controlling that system? You see.
Oh, you mean if the system has server?
Yeah,
well, I don't know about that.
You see I don't think there's anything more transparent as that of option A4, and that you have to queue behind your
candidate.
Your candidate, and I don't know if we've seen one video where one guy was counting people openly. He jumped from 30 to 48, from 48 to 72, and he was counting openly, and that is what will be recorded. So they were on the queue. Not that you go and thumbprint. He was counting and was jumping. I say, wow. Before you know it, he was already on 150. Maybe these are the people that were just less than 100, and that can happen. So to me, I think there are many loopholes for rigging to take place. Now, they were fighting the other time in Lagos, only for INEC just about 2 days ago to start distributing machine to Kano and Lagos State. What have they been looking at all this while? Why would they keep those machines?
To be fair, I think it was the volume of our demand that necessitated that. I think they probably underestimated the volume of demand.
Well, that is fair enough. So, okay.
All right. Let me take you to another talking point. This was something submitted by Opeyemi, which is essentially that diasporic economy. It says Nigerians abroad have sent a total of $19.2 billion home in 2022. So we're still in 2022 now. We're halfway into the year, and $19.2 billion already sent by Nigerians. But the estimation is that it's going to round off to about 55 billion by the end of the year. So what are you making of that economy? And who do you think are these Nigerians? And how do you think they should be using their dollars more to influence matters in Nigeria? So the diasporic economy, Joe.
Yes. If we look at where the money is coming from, it's actually coming from the people in the South that are in diaspora. Every one of us send money home, and all this money they are calculated, and that makes that 19 billion. When we look at it, the exchange rate has really changed tremendously, so that can account for that huge amount, which is 19 billion. So definitely before the end of the year, it may be running to 40-something billion.
They're estimating $55 billion
Okay,
by the end of
yes.
the year. Yeah.
Now, you know, every one of us have people back home that they call us almost every day that you have to do this, you have to do that. I don't know how many texts that we receive. People in hospital, people that they cannot even pay their rent and so on. They will call you. People who cannot eat. So you see, each of this money that you send home is counting towards that. Like maybe you talk about security, maybe your village gather together that they want to do something about security, and they look for their people in abroad. Yes, you have to also contribute towards that, and that will also count. So that is where the money is coming from. It's majorly the Southerners that are here in Europe, in America, in UK.
Do you think they should start to weaponize that money? Do you think that economy should be weaponized now? Or
Yeah,
by weaponized, used more as a tool of influence?
yeah, it would have been better, but unfortunately, we cannot. If you
Sorry,
remember,
where's that noise coming from? I think it's Baba, correct. Sorry about that. Yeah, carry on. Sorry. Yeah.
if you remember, someone raised a bill in the Senate that they should allow people in abroad to start voting, and it was thrown out, despite that this person anchor it with what the contribution of the people in the diaspora to the economy of Nigeria. It was thrown out immediately that if they want to vote, let them come to Nigeria. And they never. So that is just to tell you the bunch of people that we have over there, that they don't know the importance of this. They just know, well, the money is coming from here. And if you look at it, how many of the northerner, I mean the core northerner that you find in the diaspora, the only areas where you will find them will be the high commissions. That is the only place where you will find them working.
Making life difficult for people.
Yes, making it difficult for people. But you can't find them in ordinary places. So the money is actually coming from us. And in different forms, like I said, you have to help your people back home. You have to do this. Maybe you are building, or you are setting up businesses and so on. So all of them come together to that amount. So
do you think they should find ways to isolate that money within their own zone? And is there a way to bypass the central bank whilst you're sending money home to make sure that the money, one, it goes to the person you're sending it to, but it stays within your region of the country?
I don't know, because for instance, those people that, like the way we do it here now, we have some people that you call and pay to them, and then they transfer the money into your own account. Now, those people too, when you pay them here, they have account at home, or they have someone in the bank that can easily cough out the other money. And that is how they work. So most of the time, it has to go through the bank. And when it goes through the bank is making their own money. The government is making money from the exchange. So I don't know. It will be very difficult to be able to do that. Because, for instance, if you want to send money directly from bank to bank, take for instance, if I'm using Lois Bank here or HSBC, you can send money directly to First Bank in Nigeria. But you will realize that it will be more expensive. But it will still be bank to bank. So there's no way those people can get the money directly. So even if you have domiciliary account in Nigeria, they will still take their own commission. Federal government will still take their own money out of it. Every penny that is coming from abroad, certain percentage will definitely go to the government. So,
all right, thank you. Well put. So, stay with us, Joe. So, let me go from you, Joe, to let me go to Teobala. So, Teobala, let me take you to where I started, Joe, from. This clarion call, from Obasanjo to Nigerian youth. Don't leave Nigeria for those messing things up. Obasanjo tells Nigerian youth to seize power now. So in Nigeria, they always say, tomorrow belongs to the youth, tomorrow belongs to the youth. But what Obasanjo is saying to the Nigerian youth, that your tomorrow is now. Because tomorrow always belongs to the youth, but that tomorrow, the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. So that tomorrow, we have been hearing that since we were knee-high to a grasshopper, but the same set of people are still, they're still in situation now. But Buhari was telling us, when he was a military dictator, that tomorrow belongs to the youth. And he, 30, 40 years later, he's still in the president. So Obasanjo is inviting that the youth sees that tomorrow now. But what is the pathway to that move, Teobala?
Yeah, thank you so much, one man. Sometimes when you make some comments, I will just laugh. You are a comedian. Thank you. Going forward, the truth of the matter is that what Obasanjo is saying is very, very vital at this critical time right now, because we seem to leave everything for this our elderly or father, the case may be, leaving them to make judgment for us or making decision for us. Because I keep on saying it, most of all these people, they are no longer in touch with reality. So that is the reason this man haven't realized how life has been, how himself gotten into power, and apart from that, even gotten into power, because I keep on saying it, youth being the leader, you don't have to be the president, or you don't have to be a senator, or you don't have to be a youth or whatever, before you know you are the leader. Ability for you to command your industry, to do something at a youthful age and do something is very important. So he haven't realized that, because I could remember Obasanjo was 20 something or early 30 or something when he eventually entered into power. To date, they have been successful. And most of all these leaders taking over us today, they were being taken care of by Nigerian government. They went to school with free money, free food, But it's not time for us, we the youth, to take over this the society, because tomorrow is now. We the youth have to wake up from our slumber and take the lead from today. And I want to add, in addition to all this political space we are even talking about, because sometimes we sometimes seems to be from away from the reality. We the youth, we still have responsibility as well, because sometimes, as in, when I keep watching some video on YouTube and all those things, as in Nigeria, what they are doing is just to make skits, like what make people laugh. Then people just laugh and all that. But I'm not saying no, though, as in majority of them are no fond of doing this. But that YouTube you are using, Facebook, Instagram, people are using it to make money. No, we just have to take this thing by ourselves. Despite the fact that our leader have crumbled so many things, but we just have to look around, and judging from today, at least we have to decision we take, the people we elect.
Do you consider Peter Obi a youth?
My dear, Peter Obi is not a youth.
Mm-hmm.
But with the situation we find ourselves today,
do you consider him youthful?
His idea is useful. Yes, himself is youthful anyway. But why I say it's not a youth is that when you are in America, you are in the UK, you'll see 12, 18, 21. They're already a PhD holder. They are commanding industries. Are you getting my point? But that does not say that Peter B is not useful. He has the talent. He has the, how would I put it, up-to-date, skills that can really move the nation forward. I could remember when I watched Soludo talk about a few days ago, one of the seminars they had, when you were mentioning some kind of technological tools on taking over government and all that. At least these are some ideas that the youth also share as well.
You see, because what Obasanjo said is interesting, but it is not new. And that has been a narrative. But the new part really is that tomorrow is now. you know, and that tomorrow has to be now. And now is this electoral cycle.
Yes.
Now is 2023. So because if you don't get it in 2023, then you're dead and buried. So your youth now is past. So it's the next generation youth then that people will look to for the future. Because if you add 8 years on to whatever youth anybody is using, then after 8 years more, then you have been too many times around the cycle, and you are too jaded. So that moment is now. But where is the vehicle, you know, to enter for that now? So that's why I was asking you if Peter Obi is that youth space.
I think Peter Obi will be the tools, will be the machine that the youth needs as of today to be able to clinch into that power. Because this is a man who have come that is giving the youth hope, who is kind of visible to the youth, who is kind of visible to the masses. You know, okay, what do you want? This is what, you know, you come and take over your government. Come and take over this, come and take over that. So I think being visible, he has been able to bridge that gap that we all have been clamoring for. So I think he will be the tools, he will be the machine, or he will be the human that will give that youth that opportunity to take over that space they long be waiting for.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, okay, Nola.
You see, one thing about the idea of this youthfulness is that I think we should make it metaphorical, because saying youth by age, to me, it doesn't jive and is misleading. Because as we speak now, we have tons of youth in our politics. You go to the National Assembly, they are there. You go to the executive, they are there. We have popular governors that are youth, and we have some of them that came when they were in their early 40s, and yet they've not changed anything. I think it should be about youthfulness, how dynamic you are, because what youth represents something is that how dynamic, how adventurous you are. So how you wish to try new things. You know, you don't want the kind of old ideas or where someone left power in 1985 and still came back to tell you in 2015 that Western Germany, you know. So you always want someone that is adventurous, that has that kind of mind of youth.
Yeah.
So to me, that is what I think. Maybe these guys, when they are pushing their things, sometimes maybe they forget the fact that when you look at the demography of our political demography, you can't really say the youth are out. I think we should make it more of the idea. So a person like Peter Obi now is just with his own thinking. And funny enough, I'm not canvassing for Atiku though, so let me use that disclaimer. Even Atiku, you see sometimes he's even trying to even behave like a youth, even including Tinubu that you see there. So it should worry, because if you restrict it by age, you know, we found the like of Bankole there before, we found the like of Yaya Bello, we found the like of Fayoshe. A lot of them that they came there as youth and they messed it up. So it should be
Ola, is Showore a youth?
No.
That's what we are saying, but he has used youthful idea. So
if you are talking about the Showore youth, in terms of age, he's probably the youngest in the field.
No, being the youngest doesn't make you.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was leading to, which is what Ola was also saying. So it is not your age, but the age of your ideas is what essentially Ola is saying.
Yes.
Because Atiku, the oldest in the field, he probably has some of the more futuristic ideas as the panacea to the Nigerian solution, to Nigerian Malays. But Showore, probably the youngest in the field, he's just a traditional kumbaya sort of element, just we no go agree still, you know, in 2020. No, hold on.
So to you, Atiku has, so to you, one man, Atiku has futuristic idea.
Well, that's according to Ola, right? What is Showore's idea?
I don't think that is not what Ola is saying. That is not what Ola is saying. Except Ola wants to clarify himself. Ola cannot say that.
At least I know one Nigerian will trouble.
No.
How can somebody say Atiku has futuristic idea than Showore? I mean, Ola will not say that.
Atiku is talking about a free market enterprise-based economy. So what is talking about hoe and cutlass sort of
Yeah, very
something.
correct.
Is that what he said? Is
He
that
said he wants
exactly what he
to
said?
arrest
Oh,
among
that
the
cutlass. Is that
Yes,
exactly what he said? One man.
his whole idea is wrapped around
I myself for one
cutlass,
man.
subsistence farming sort of,
Okay.
Going back to your question.
But one man, Bala, let me say this, please. One man, do you listen to him in Arise News maybe yesterday?
Oh, sure.
The guy never changed his donation. I just the guy. It's one man. It's the same kumbaya. The same. I don't. The guy is just Yamed. He will never change.
No,
change your donation.
Thomas, you don't finish. Thomas, you don't finish. You know, say Sowore is the most exposed. Is the most exposed among them all. You know, this guy was able to
because he lived in America. Because
no. He's able to coordinate Sarah Reporter. Look at the fine job he has been doing across Africa, my brothers.
Well, what? Hold on. Can you hold on, Ola, please? Like what? What fine job has he been doing around Africa?
Okay, we thought there would have been no good government in Ghana, because a lot of there were challenges in Ghana, but he went into the system, and then how there was, the floodings and many things and the bad government. Only that the blame I'm giving to Sowore is that. Like my family too, we all voted for Buhari that time. Like Sowore sponsor Buhari, but that's why people decide to castigate him now. But anyway, as long as he has changed, that he now found out that Buhari is not a good guy, then he decided to come in by himself. So and then he's well exposed, sir. He's well exposed.
Yeah, but exposed to
what way now? Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Tony. Whether you like it or not, one man. Whether you like it or not, Sowore is the one.
Like 2 days now. 2 days, I'll be having problem in other platform because of Tinubu. Because not that I'm supporting Tinubu, but Tinubu is the only person that is capable right now. They say no. That and then yesterday I was trying to come. It was too late. Bala was said that in Edo State and Delta State, they are all for Tinubu already. You know what I'm saying? So not that Tinubu is a good man, but because it's the only guy that can wrestle power, so that we can be able to have state police.
On public record, nobody. I cannot say nobody. 80% of those states.
No, you can be. No, you cannot speak for yourself, and and probably your family.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's not revisit yesterday's session because we have plenty to discuss today. And Bala had the floor, and he was speaking on Obasanjo's commentary. So back to you, Bala.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like I said before, it's time for the youth to take over what really belongs to them. Because in every society, the youth are the one that drive the economy. With their create job, they make most of the things happen in the state, and they happen to be the driving force. And when you talk, I keep on talking about human capacity building. The people that will, drive your economy are the youth. That is why you keep on seeing China, seeing Indians sending their youth, to go and learn outside and come back and use what they have learned to develop their own country. I think Obasanjo is what he's saying is quite right, but it's unfortunate at the moment that we don't really have youth, But thank God we still have some able-bodied idea like Omoyele Sowore, Peter Obi, and some others who I believe can still really champion this youthful idea, for us to.
Sorry, Bala, because it's quite interesting that you said that we do not have youth. It's a topic that we've touched on in this on this platform severally. That there's a dearth of youthful talent in Nigerian's politics, and that is why we end up with all these traditional names that we end up with. So for a country as gifted as we know Nigeria is, how come we don't have strong youthful names at the topmost politics of Nigeria? So if we are going to people like Peter Obi and Sowore, then that tells you that there's no talent amongst the youth at the topmost of politics. Why is that if they are 70-something% of the population?
I believe there are a lot of talent among the youth in Nigeria.
At the topmost, at the presidential level.
The reason why they have not been able to reason to that level of a presidential level, because they have used money to buy themselves to that position. Like if you talk about
they are not talented enough. If they are talented enough, the cream always rises to the top.
Okay, you know why? If you say they are not talented enough, before now, I'll be advocating for two people, you know, before now, which is Osibajo and Peter Obi. No, because I was supporting, I'm supporting Peter Obi. So no matter what, as I try to deviate from Osibajo, but having listened to Osibajo's speech during the primary, see, I was convinced that either way it go, take for instance, like it's Osibajo that get the APC ticket and it's Peter Obi that get the APC ticket. Either way it go, I would be very happy.
All right.
What I'm trying to bring up from there, sir, is that we have talent, just that they have used money to suppress this talent. So with that,
okay, let me play a game with you. I'll call the game 5 for 5. 5 for 5. I'm going to name you 5 corrupt, rotten-toothed, satiated, deeply, and just rough-end politicians, just criminal looters of a certain generation. And then I want you to name 5. I can name 10, but I'll do 5. So at that level, we have Tinubu, a looter, corrupt, dirty, old, all of that. Dirty, old, all of that, Atiku, Rocha Sokorocha, you add Babangida to that list, and Buhari. So, and there are plenty more that I can list. So name 5 young and promising Nigerian that has the prospect of being president.
That would be very difficult for me to name.
This is it now. There is no talent amongst the young demography.
No. You know why? I happen to listen to one of somebody, as you know. Most of them have not been given this opportunity.
Given opportunity. They don't give anything in politics. What do you mean given opportunity? They are not talented enough.
No, one man. Your language of calling the youth not talented is a very wrong language right there. That language demeaning the youth of Nigeria as if they fit for no purpose. As if they fit for no purpose. And that is the language, and that's the language of criminal politicians against the youth, Nigerian youth.
Counter that language with talent. Because I've listed 5 talents.
Okay, so Shore is number 1. Shore is number 1. And you know what Shore has been through? A lot of Nigerian, hold on, one man. You know, a lot of Nigerian youth would not like to go through what Yoruba have, what Shore have gone through.
They are not talented enough. They are not talented enough.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm telling you the circumstances that make that nation not have the best brain not coming out for that position.
You want them to give it.
But when you see a situation where one person that is bold enough coming out to say, I want to be president of Nigeria, and you see Nigerian criminal administration beating him, putting him in jail, firing shot at him, and all those, it scared others away.
Okay.
And that is not, it shouldn't be like that.
Hold on, just hold on.
Yes.
Hold on, you can take it in a moment. But hold on. So when I went through all of these things that you have described, and he's still standing. So why is he still standing? Why is Toworiel still standing after all that thing that you went through?
Why is he standing is because he's a courageous guy. He's a guy that has really committed his life to what he's pursuing. And he's not scared by anything. A lot of people cannot. No, hold on. A lot of people cannot be like Charo.
They are not talented enough.
No, that is not. You can't describe it as not talent. Why do you want to serve your country and you have to go through brutalization?
You want to get power.
Can you do it? Are you not a talented guy? Are you not a talented person?
I'm not talented enough.
You are talented, but can you go through what Sore has been through?
But I'm sorry, hold on, Tiobala. I know enough to know that it will never get to you on a platter of gold, and you go through brutality.
It is not when you don't have to go through brutalization and imprisonment and killing before you attain, before you serve your country. It doesn't have to be like that.
Okay.
Did Buhari went through that? Did Tinubu went through that?
One man.
Who else among them that went through such a brutalization that Tore has been through?
That's the ones. Let's hear from Joe. Joe.
Can I come in?
Yeah. Sorry. Was it you? Okay.
Just
yeah,
a
let's hear
minute.
from you. Yeah. Let's hear from Joe and then Middleman. So yeah, Joe then Middleman.
You see, just like what I said before, it's not that we don't have talented youth, but Nigeria.
Name five.
Just a minute, please.
Yeah.
Nigeria is more or less like the way that is Nigerian presidency. It's more or less like the way king ascend a throne in Ibadan, in which you can never have any youth being a king in Ibadan, because there are mortgages that have lined up. Even if you become a mortgagee today, your term may be number 5 or number 6, depending on. So before you know it, none of them can be less than 70 or 75 before they can. That will be the youngest before they can be king. Now, looking at Nigeria, these people, like I said, they are few people, but they have held Nigeria by jugular, and they are sucking Nigeria dry. Now, coming 2027, or that is that 8 years, or when 8 years plus 23, that would be 32. Coming to 2032, you will realize that even all these people, how about if we have Abdul Salam coming out from the north? How about if we have David Mark coming out from the north? And all these people, the money bags again coming out, you will realize that they have made sure that there is no room for the youth. That makes it difficult. For instance, Peter Obi, to me, is a good movement, and but to come to be president this time around, except with miracle, if he can stay in that labor and continue to build as the third force, now by that 3032, he may be a very big force to reckon with if he can stay in one place, if we will not be jumping from one end to another. But to have a room for youth, that will be difficult. To be sincere.
Okay, I'm going to bring you a clip of Peter Obi already starting to compromise in a moment. But let's hear from Middleman, because I am insisting that there's a dearth of talent within the Nigerian presidential level talent pool. And that is why we continue to regurgitate and recycle, these elements that we always have all the time. And I'm inviting that if you feel there are talents, I'll give you Showore and I'll give you Peter Obi. You add 3 more to the 5 list that just given Middleman.
No, I'm not going to attempt that.
Yeah, there it is.
Good evening, everybody. And thank you for having me. You see, what you were saying, our brother Joe had already explained it, and he is spot on. If you
Yeah, you're breaking off again, Middleman. No one can hear you.
Yeah, so if you remember what he said in his first, when he first did his presentation, he mentioned the governor of Lagos State following Tinubu to Abuja and carrying back for him. That is exactly it. While these politicians are still there, that new generation is never going to take his place. Because what I want out of this election is not just to get, because we need, if we're going to fix that country, we need a paradigm shift or a transition. This should be a transition from that old guard. They need to be taken. It's not even a PDP or APC.
we need to take out this. I mean, can you imagine people wanting to contest for political position in Nigeria, still going to the house of Babangida to consult him? Those are the people that still keep these people relevant. So if we do not,
sorry, Medoman, do you know that the youthful demography, the youth demography in Nigeria, they estimate it as high as 70%. Some even go to 75%.
Yeah. And I was going to ask Ajanle for a question.
Where the presidential level from that large mass?
We don't have them because of a number of factors. It's not just one reason. And I can tell you that it's a lack of that political talent is one of it. And I wouldn't just put it as talent, it's political talent. We are not politically educated in Nigeria to, take the mantle from the old guard. Now, in the case of Sowore, for instance, we know that he's courageous. We know that he's a lion in the fight in what he has gone through. Now, what I wanted to, somebody like Ajanle Koko, his supporter, to tell me is, why is it that Sowore has not penetrated into the brain of that demography he's targeting? Why? What exactly? Why?
Let me add a proviso to that. Don't go to blaming the demography, because he's the one that needs to penetrate them.
Okay, you know why? Because you youth, as some people have said, particularly President Buhari, that the youth of Nigeria are lazy. I think that man is smart. He said these are useless generation. You're scared of brutalization. You saw the way Sowore is being brutalized every day on the street fighting for you. And you guys are scared to death. And you're not ready to fight for your country. You're not ready to fight for your future. And that is the problem. You're scared of brutalization. And you thought that you can get it. You thought you can get it easy. You can never get power easy from these people. They are criminal. You want to take your property from criminal with guns, with everything. They're not going to let you have it, except you fight them and confront them. And that is what Sowore is doing, fighting on the street, doing everything for you people. But you goddamn lazy people not ready to do anything. You expect somebody to come and give it to you free?
Okay, so hold on, Ola. So what is the purpose of Sowore then? What is his purpose?
What is his purpose? His purpose is to awaken the youth and enlighten and fight for them. Fight for their future and the coming generation.
Hold on. You are saying they're not paying attention. You are saying they're not paying attention to him and they're not receptive to his message. So what is his purpose?
What do you mean? What of others that are standing with him? You want him to abandon him? You want him to abandon them? What of others that are standing with him? And let me tell you, struggle is about commitment and determination. You cannot get it easy. You can't pursue struggle and achieve results easily. And that is what Sowore is doing. He understands it very well. The rigorous in fighting for the people, and it's strongly committed to it, and he never wavered. But most of you that are Nigerian youth are not. You are not, and that is the problem. You are different. You are different. You are different species.
That's
when we are talking about youth around the world.
That's the problem.
Hold
on. Don't go the long distance, Ajanle Koko. But that's the problem you've already identified there. Because you're sorry. Go on, Medoman. Yeah.
Yeah. What I know, Ajanle Koko is a supporter of Sowore. He will support him any day, any time. But what I wanted for him to understand is, if he's not, I mean, we know that this thing is a process, right? It won't happen in a day. You keep moving, you keep working. You will have setbacks where you just keep moving. But Shore has been on this trail for at least 4 or 5 years, I think. And from what we see, he has really not penetrated. I tend to entertain the idea that maybe Shore is not doing something right, or maybe he's doing something he shouldn't be doing, or maybe he needs to adjust something, because he needs to get into that demography. He needs to penetrate them. He needs to gain their sympathy, their support.
Yeah, your system is breaking somewhat, Medoman, but land that point. For you to lead, people have to be willing to follow, is essentially where Medoman is. And he has been attempting to lead for a good 5 years now. And the followership is there, but they're not lined up behind him. So we cannot keep blaming the followers now. So clearly,
no, one man, if you don't blame the followers, if you don't blame Nigerian youth, who are you going to blame? Nigerian youth are lazy youth. They are youth that doesn't want to fight. They don't want to fight for their right. They don't want to fight for their right. And when you don't fight for your right, you can't get your right. It's as simple as that. People that fought for democracy, people that fought for democracy in Nigeria, that we're enjoying in Nigeria today, they stood firm in front of gun. They never scared. The Nadeko that fought, every other part of Nigerians, they scared away. But the Nadeko, they stood firm that we must get democracy. We must actualize June 12th.
Are you taking on board the point that's been put to you? Are you taking it on board? The point, because you're saying Shore is doing all these grand things that you are saying that he is doing, but the people that he purports to be doing it for, they're not aligning behind him. What you are saying is because they are lazy and they're stupid, but they are not lazy or stupid. That's very easy to say. But would you not entertain the idea that either they are not buying into the messaging, or they are not buying into the messenger? Is that a possibility that they are either not buying the message or the messenger or both? Do you give consideration to that? Because everything that Shore is saying is the lived experience of these people. So they cannot say they don't have that lived experience, and they cannot say they want to subsist in that lived experience. And Shore purports to be chatting a way out of that experience, but they are not following him. So we cannot just casually wrap it around them being lazy and stupid. Would you not entertain that they just don't believe in him?
They are lazy youth. I will insist on that. Let me tell you why I said so. To take over from these people, it takes a lot of struggle. Some of it you have to jump on the street to protest. Some of it you have to go out and vote. Some of it you have to participate in politics. We are Nigerian youth when it comes to politics. Do you see them? They don't participate. On the election day, they don't vote. Some of them will even be bought over by politicians. Are those reliable youth? Goddamn Nigerian youth. Goddamn you all. If you don't stand for your right, keep on following all politicians. You can see another one that is wearing mask now. Paul himself will be trying to do as if, it's a saint. Follow him. You will get very agitated. You see him working for you day and night. You don't want to follow him. You think you can achieve anything. You cannot achieve anything.
Sorry. Hold on, everybody. Let that conversation take place between Ajanle Koko and Medoman. And after that conversation exhausts, I want to go back to you, Teobala, because I don't want us to go on a heavy something on that space. But carry on.
I do understand what you're trying to say. I do understand what you're saying. And I feel what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is that can't we entertain the idea that Shore has not done something he should do, or is not doing something right? or there's something he has not done. I mean, he's saying all the right things. He is of the right age. He is from the right background. I mean, he's not from the corrupt establishment of Nigerian politics. So why is he, if he's not penetrated, can't we just for a moment entertain the idea, possibility that there is something there is a place, a point where he lacks, I don't know if I want to use the word talent. There's something lacking.
There's nothing lacking. Let me tell you this.
All right,
let me tell you. One man, give me 1 minute. Let me say this. Let me say this. 1 minute. I will go. I will go. I will stop it. Okay.
Okay. I just want to tell Meadowman to adjust his settings because your line is very crackling. So if you move around for a better, we want to hear you, but we're not hearing you. So back to you, Ajanle Koko.
Okay, let me tell you. The momentum was high with Shores before they came after him to brutalize him. It was after they came after Shores, brutalized him, put him in jail. That was when people scared away, run away. The same thing happened to Sunday Igboho, Yoruba Nation. The momentum was very high before they came to him, killed people in his house, destroy his house, make him run out of the country. The momentum died down. The same thing happened to Nnamdi Kanu. The momentum was high until when Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped or captured and renditioned to Nigeria and slammed in jail. Where are the Kanu guys? Where are the Kanu people? Where are Igboro people? Where are Yoruba people? I mean, where are Yoruba people? Because you Nigerians are scared. So for your struggle, you are scared to die. You are scared to fight on the street. You are scared to fight for your freedom. That is the problem. There's nothing that Yoruba is doing wrong. It's doing everything right. But you guys are scared of brutalization. You are scared to be put in prison. You are scared to be beaten by security men. That is the problem. And that goes with the fella song that my people say they fear too much. They fear for the thing you no see. They fear for the hair and all. They fear to fight for freedom. They fear to fight for justice. They fear to fight for happiness. They're always easy to fear. You don't want that. You don't want to go. Mama had for house. Papa had for house. I want for house. Mama had for house. I don't want to go. I don't want to die. Ha. So policeman go slap your face. You know go talk. How many man go whip your branch, you go, they look like donkey. Rhodesia, Nigeria, they do their whole or leaders, they yell for nothing. All the people, they do their whole. You are all goddamn people. Keep on expecting that they will give you. They will never give you until you fight for your right.
Good one.
That is just simple.
This man changing his
I have a question.
approach.
What I was trying to,
No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, middleman.
One man, I have a question.
Can you hear me?
It's very crackling. If you wind it back just a little bit, you hear what we're hearing. It's just very crackling.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very heavy.
Okay, let me adjust my mic.
Oh, okay. Let's take your question because I want to leave that space.
Yes, I have a question for Ajanle Koko. Please, Ajanle Koko, what do you expect the youth to do now that they didn't do during the NSAS?
Oh God, I want to leave that space, but you've now.
NSAS is another problem. Now Nigerian youth stood up on NSAS. They were brutalized. Where are they? They're scared away now.
Okay, so what happened? What those people who brutalized them? Is there any consequence?
Yes, no consequence. No consequence yet. But if you are scared of, if you think there is no consequence and you're not going to continue the struggle, then you will never get freedom. You will never get out of this slavery that these people are taking you through. That is why you see Showore on every day on the street. saying, I will not give up my right. I will not give up the right of Nigerian people. I will fight for the right of Nigerian people. For 3 or 4 years, this guy will be separated from his family. He never seen his family. Who among you can do that? Who among you, Nigerians all over the world, can do that, particularly the youth?
You want them to pay a blood price for sure, right? Is that what you're asking?
If you don't shed blood, you will never attain your freedom. It is as simple as that. But you want to keep complaining, you think you don't want to shed blood. It has got to a stage where blood must be shed for freedom. And these people, look, what is the population of Nigerian security personnel to your population? But you're scared of them. You think they can kill everybody. No, but the fear, that spirit of fear, it kills you more every day. And that spirit of fear that liveth in you will kill you more every day. As long as you live, it will kill you. And that is what is killing Nigerian youth. The spirit of fear that liveth in them, it kills them every day. And that is why they can't get anything in that country.
All right. Well put, Ajanle Koko. So it's better. Sorry, Joe. I want to move from that space. Otherwise, we would when we go to Showore, we never leave. But it's better to die on your feet than live on your knees. Essentially, the message. Better to die on your feet than live on your knees. I'll come back to you in a moment, Siobala. But let me acknowledge the super chats that are coming in. This is Sonny Utar agreeing 100% with Ajanle Koko. So he a break-upper. So anything that breaks up Nigeria, he in favor of. AI efficiency comes in via super chat. It says, Ajanle Koko, if you have 100 students in a class, 98. Ajanle Koko, if you have 100 students in a class, 98 can't understand your topic. Whose fault? You don't blame customer for not accepting your product. So that is the thing. It's either in the messaging or in the messenger. But whatever it is, it's not penetrating, as Meadowman said. And as we all know, so we can say the people are stupid and whatnot, and they continue want to subsist, Stockholm syndrome, all of that and everything. But the fact is, they are not buying it. It's just, I think that much has been demonstrably shown over the last 5 years that Showore has been engaged in that space.
That's your position, one man. People that don't want to buy, let them not buy it, but they will suffer the consequence, and that is what they are seeing in that country. If you don't buy the right thing, you buy the wrong thing. Showore is selling you the right thing, but you don't want to buy it, then go and get the wrong from the politician.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Sonny Uta certainly agrees with you. He comes back still with the super chat. Ajanle Koko, speak on. I am absolutely with you. Break it up. So that is, I think, Sonny Uta, if I didn't know who you were, I would think you were Charlie Boy, because that is XYZ, and that is why Nigeria must break up. That is how he lands everything. He comes in with another super chat just after the readout. He says, Ajanle Koko has gone nuclear on one man went to Mo with his improvisation. So Ajanle Koko, I told you now, this is so anybody that has musical talents, we will audition you so long as you can match up to the level of Ajanle Koko, who is now he gets the gold button from the platform. So that was that. I'm back to so that wasn't that. Sorry, that was Alexander Gomez, not Sonny Uta. Ajanle Koko has gone nuclear with this improvisation. So thank you, Alexander Gomez. So thank you, Alexander Gomez. As we go back to Teobala, who was expanding his thoughts on Obasanjo's assertion that the moment is now for the Nigerian youth. Back to you, Teobala.
Okay, like I said before, the policies of those the people who are currently in government have made Nigeria youth not to realize their potential, or not to be able to, as in with their full potential, become on board. Because this imposter syndrome make us, I don't know how to put it, make us believe that we cannot even achieve it without their help. The truth of the matter is that we have a lot of talents, come to the youths wherever. We have a lot of talents, you know, to be able to lead this nation to the any point that can make that nation to be great. We have people, we have a lot. So I think, as earlier said, it's time for us now to really clamor to demand for a better Nigeria. One of the way to do that, since we don't have, if you consider youth by age, we don't have that on ground right now. Maybe between 28 or 20 to 35 at the case may be. We don't have on ground right now who is vying for the position of presidency. But we still have someone who is having that idea. It's so unfortunate that APC with their money bag have kicked out to Simbajo, who also have such a lofty idea that we have been able to move on to the next generation. We have Peter Obi, we have Showore, but it's so unfortunate that the tune that Showore is using is not convincing enough, because the most important thing in essence, and sorry, if for instance, no matter what we are doing, and the manner of conversation matters, the message you are passing matters for people to be able to buy your idea. I think you should do more to be able to fall into that crowd, to be able to command crowd. But having said that, we the youth or whatever demographic you find yourself, we just have to rally around at least one person to be able to, for us to be able to take back that country, because they have dealt with us enough. They don't care about us.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Theobala. So, Theobala, for reasons of our time, let me go on from you to Exiro, who may or may not still be with us. Exiro, are you still there? Okay, let me go then to Baba Akure. Baba Akure, I want to play you this clip that I came across, and I'd like you to react.
Yes, I'm here, man.
All right. So, Exiro, I was taking you to the. Actually, let me play you a clip as well. Let me play you this clip, and I want you to react to it, because Peter Obi coming into the space as the clean-cut paradigm shift within the political space. But then, of course, is this him now being corrupted? Or is the sheen? Is the gloss coming off? Is essentially what I wanted to reflect on with this. So let me play you this, and then have you react to it. This is Peter Obi in play.
Shortly after that, a splinter group held a parallel Congress and produced a rival candidate who has now stood down and apologized to former Governor Obi, as according to a news report. Now, Dr. Yunusa Tanko is the spokesperson of the National Consultative Forum, which adopted the Labour Party, and he now joins us. Good to have you with us, Dr. Tanko. Now, how would you describe the state of affairs of the Labour Party? Yes, good to have you. So, give us a better perspective of the state of condition of Labour Party right now. Is there a crisis or not?
Oh, no, there's no crisis at all. In fact, the Labour Party is more solidly on ground than it has ever been. When the Hula Balu said about we make the clarification as clearly as possible. Is no more a member of the party, and then the issues that he raised within his own contest has already been overtaken by events. And I'm so happy to mention here today that both the Labour Congress and then the TUC have come out clearly to make statement as regard to their position that, one, they recognize the leadership of Julius Abure as INEC does, and at the same time, the TUC also has come out clearly to give their backing to the existence of the Labour Party led by Comrade Barrister Julius Abure, and at the same time, reaffirm the Congress that took place in Asaba in Delta State as the emergence of Peter Obi as the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, which they attended physically at the convention.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Tanko. We understand that there will actually be some collaborative effort between Peter Obi and the new Nigeria People's Party, that's KWAKWANSO, in terms of working together to defeat the ruling All Progressives Congress. Can you confirm that? And if it's true, can you give us a progress report?
Well, what I can say at the moment is that some of us who have been midwifing this arrangement and talking we are working very seriously. I don't want to come out and say A, B, C, D, but what I want you to take to the bank is that we are working on it very seriously. It's an idea that we've already seen on ground, and then we felt that those who are already on ground, for example, like Comrade Peter Obi, who is very much well grounded in the southern part of this country, need to work together with other people who are more also grounded in the northern part, especially Engineer Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso. These individuals have shown character, they've shown resilience, they've shown determination, they work very closely with the people on the ground, on the downtrodden, and so I think the Nigerians should give them support if eventually this talk comes true.
Indeed, Dr. Tanko, still talking about support. Peter Obi's candidacy has put Labour in the spotlight. So how does the party intend to leverage on his emergence and popularity, as it were?
Well, I think as a candidate, he himself has sold himself and endeared himself to the minds of the Nigerian people, especially the Nigerian youth, i.e., besides his prudency as regard to how he is able to manage the resources of Anambra State, and then the way in which he relates very closely to the younger generation, especially those who are in schools. Remember, at the point in time, he virtually had all the phone numbers of captains and leaders of students.
Okay. So that's really where I wanted to take you to. Firstly, the infighting within Labour Party, which I think we've covered somewhat. But really, where I wanted to take you to is Labour Party in deep talks now, advanced talks with NNPP, which is essentially KWAKWANSO, to form an alliance to have a stronger potency. So KWAKWANSO, of course, under several allegations of corruption in Kano State, in an act of court, he, of course, an egomaniac, satiated, dyed-in-the-wool traditional politician in the bracket of all of the people that we're seeking to get rid of. So is this alliance expediency on Peter Obi's part, or is it compromise? Expediency or compromise, X0?
Well, I can see you already think it's a compromise, but I'll tell you something about Nigerian politics. In Nigerian politics,
we can't hear you, man. What's going on? Everybody, we can't hear everybody today.
You can't hear me?
A little bit better, but yeah, we heard you a lot better. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I said, I know that you might want to see it as a compromise, but it is not.
I think you have to change the device.
Yeah, they are saying you have to change your device.
Okay, maybe I have to go out and come in again because somebody was.
No,
you are
better. Hold on. Yeah, when you lie down and get what?
Yeah.
Okay, it's good. Like, okay, let me lie down now. So,
where is the babe lying next to you? Look at this man. Go and find yourself a wife. Carry on.
Yeah. So I think you might want to call it compromise because you see Obi as a saint and he has not done anything with all these politicians, but he has been in this water swimming with these politicians. He knows them in and out. So there's no time he will come out and become the all in all. No matter who you are in Nigeria, you have to work with the existing politicians. These are human beings. Even if they have done mistakes in the past, your own tenor will not make them do those same things. Your own tenor should be different. But that aside, I think it's an expedient move by Peter Obi because I was even scared that the APC might take that guy. Because if they do, it will be difficult for the Atikus and the Obis, to touch the knot. Because that guy has so much influence. So if he and Peter Obi are having or the party, the Labour Party and the NNPP or NNP whatever are having an alliance, it's good for the Labour Party. It's very good for the Labour Party. I said this before. I always predicted right. I told you, one man, I told you that, yeah, Peter Obi is now the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. But that is just one aspect of the ongoing coalition. I told you, I said there was a coalition because I listened fervently to Patutomi speak about this coalition. They are just calling it Labour Party because the Labour Party is the framework. It has the framework. It has the ideology of the coalition. There's a lot of other parties under this Labour Party that have merged, they have been infused. Now, the like of NNPP or NNP, yeah, New Nigerian People's Party or something, they are the type of party that will have alliance. Instead of being infused, they will have an alliance, which means their negotiation now determines what kind of alliance they're going to have. But that means there are guaranteed votes from the north. But it's an expedient move.
Oh, okay. So, why is it? What difference is that this alliance as opposed to an alliance with somebody like Atiku? Because if he's willing to ally himself with somebody of that generation of politics that we're looking to move away from, then why not go to where it is most relevant and form an alliance with Atiku?
Well, I think the position where Peter Obi stands now, he's able to negotiate from a strong point, from a strong position, because Peter Obi doesn't just have the 5 eastern states. He has supporters in the south. He has supporters in the southwest. That guy is big. But KWAKWANSO, the KWAKWANSIA movement, starts and ends in Kano State, or maybe part of Katsina. But I don't see it more than that. But it's because of the population of Kano State and its determining factor. That is why KWAKWANSO is being negotiated with. Otherwise, he doesn't have the spread in the north even. But there is the ability for them to spread, to do some campaign work for Peter Obi in the north. The KWAKWANSIA movement can spread. But as it is now, they only have guaranteed Kano. You understand it now? So that's why I said,
yes, I can see the alliance, but the alliance is really still too somewhat light within the Nigerian,
exactly.
Too
it's still light.
It's still light. But how do you see those talks going? What sort of talks do you think is taking place? Is it to converge their votes? Is it to have a joint ticket? And how does that manifest in terms of the super egos at the top, both Obi and KWAKWANSO?
For me, I don't know what the alliance might be, but I think whatever the alliance should be...
Speculate.
Yeah, whatever the alliance is, it should be an alliance that will put KWAKWANSO as a subordinate. Because his movement, like I told you, I said it earlier in this program, that movement was set up solely to negotiate, to remain relevant.
No, that movement has always been there. KWAKWANSIA movement.
Yeah, it has always been there, but there's no way he's going to win. There's no way you can contest for presidency having only one state. Kano State.
Who brings more votes in terms of numbers?
Who brings more votes in terms of number between Obi and KWAKWANSO?
Yes.
Wow, it's not a match. Right. Obi dwarfs him by far because there's nobody that knows KWAKWANSO in the south.
Really?
Just look at the whole of the south and tell me one state.
In terms of numbers.
But you should know how this politics works. In terms of number, Obi beats him hands down. In terms of spread, Obi beats him hands down. You saw the 1 million man march, and that's just the first. You saw the people that are going to get their PVCs because of Peter Obi. Obi, you saw even in this platform now, you can see that there are many Obi followers here.
Right.
So it's only you and maybe a few others that still sound pessimistic about Obi. I know for
you
sure.
hold
on. Sorry, hold on, Xero. I was quite pointed when I was saying in terms of numbers. So we're going to 2019, and we're looking at figures. In Kano State, roughly were approximately 2 million voter count there. So that's in Kano State, and I'll post the link in the comment section for people to see. So approximately 2 million voters there. So in all of the 5 southeastern states, you struggle to just over 1 million. You probably would want to say, with Anambra having the largest amount.
Actual voters or PVC holders?
No, voters. I posted. This is from the
yes,
BBC.
because that's because there was voter apathy.
Right.
There's a lot of the electorate were not bothered at all to vote because they've been disenfranchised. But if they use their PVCs, then you'll be counting a different number.
So because
of Peter Obi, they might want to use their PVCs. That's what I'm telling you.
No, because that's speculating to the future. But in terms of what is already known, in that conversation, KWAKWANSO will tell you that he commands a larger voter base than Peter Obi. So
let me tell you what happened
in terms of data known. In terms of known data,
one man. Let me tell you what happened.
KWAKWANSO have people in the Federal House of Rep, in the State Assembly, in local government, and Senate. You have people that are really representing the people at the position of elective position.
From which state?
From Kano.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's only Kano. To win, to become the president, you have to win 25% of other states.
Where will be representative?
Well, I'm telling you that.
No, where will be representative now, today? Where do you have will be representative?
We're not talking about representatives. We're talking about voters, actual vote, PVC holders. Obi is a person.
That now?
Obi is a person that's coming with a dream. It's not everything. Everything must not
dreams,
be tangible.
Forget dreams. What do you mean?
No, but I'm saying that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Everything must not be tangible, or everything must not be factual. What you are seeing now.
Where I'm leading you to is that I'm considering that in that negotiation, KWAKWANSO will consider that he is negotiating from a position of strength, and Obi will consider that he's negotiating up because the data says that the strength is with KWAKWANSO.
What are you negotiating with if you have just one state? Who knows KWAKWANSO in Lagos State?
Numbers.
Can I come in?
Yes.
Yeah, who's that? Middleman?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Oh.
If Obi, I was just thinking while you were saying one man, if Obi was going to negotiate with KWAKWANSO to be his running mate, for instance, him being the VP to KWAKWANSO, then why would he leave Atiku to go to KWAKWANSO? I mean, Atiku is much bigger, has larger spread. See what I mean? So it doesn't make sense if they are going to negotiate.
No, that's Ajale Koko. It's not muted itself. So yeah.
So I don't even think that the negotiation starting point at this time would be considering that. I mean, Obi has the momentum, so he is going to negotiate. Of course, all these votes are prospects.
Yeah, they're abstracts. They're abstracts. They're not.
Yeah.
So it's a.
But if you one man, if you would apportion a number to Obi's vote in the next election, him stand alone and KWAKWANSO's on, what numbers would you give?
I will go by the data from the 2019 election, which is to sweep up all the 5 southeastern states, which is a core base, and then to look at KWAKWANSO, who commands both Kano and I think 1 or 2 satellite states next to it. And KWAKWANSO's numbers quite outweigh Obi's numbers, just in terms of known data. So I'd consider that KWAKWANSO is the one negotiating from a position of strength.
I don't even think Obi will have majority, 100% of the votes from the southeast. It's not possible.
And yeah, just for the benefit of the conversation, and I don't think KWAKWANSO will get 100% in Kano as well. But just from the benefit of the conversation, if we allot them 100% of their strongholds.
If this is the negotiating point, then I don't think there will be any negotiation. I mean, if Obi had taken the huge risk of leaving PDP because he wants to test his own popularity or put his name in the national stage, then I don't see why he would leave PDP with the structure and with Atiku's war chest to go and now restrict himself to the northeast, to the northwest. I don't think it would be a good negotiation for him.
All right. Back to you, Xero.
Yes. What Middleman was saying is exactly my point. You know, if Obi was going to settle for the VP slot, he could have just gone to Atiku and made a stronger alliance. But you see, Obi wants to realize that ambition of a production nation, not a consumption nation. And for him to do that, he has to be the president. Like I said when I was beginning this topic you just brought to me, in Nigerian politics, or the constitution makes it so that the president is so powerful and the VP is almost just a standing a statue. There's nothing for him to do. The president does all the job, takes all the decision, and that means he'll be able to still achieve his production manifesto that he's talking about.
Move away from that production because that's just a feeble little mantra. That's everybody.
Okay, anyway, if you don't want to hear production, it means that Obi will be able to assert himself better. That means.
Sorry, Xero. It's not that I don't want to hear it. But it's not anything that is unique or peculiar to him. That is on the manifesto of every politician globally, you know. So it's not a new space. But carry on, yeah.
But the difference in this one is that he knows what he's doing.
Really,
he has it. Just like a Soludo speaking now. You know, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Soludo
he has done it before. Peter Obi has done it before. Anyway, I don't want to go into that. Just to counter your point that. Is it not kind of contaminating his purist what's it called? The way you normally put it.
Yeah.
It's not contaminating his agenda by negotiating with KWAKWANSO. Rather, KWAKWANSO is not going to stop him from doing anything. What I think KWAKWANSO wants to do is get themselves back to relevance. Because I think in the APC, he was one of those who were dislodged, who were disgruntled, and they had to leave. So he set up the KWAKWANSO movement again, just as these guys in Nigerian politics have their political machinery that they used to bring themselves back to relevance. So what I was even scared of is that he's going to use that to negotiate with the APC. But thankfully, the Labour Party are negotiating with him first. Because this is politics. What you want to do is win elections. And to win elections, you have to just, look for those who can guarantee you votes. And the KWAKWANSO movement has done well for themselves in Kano State. I still don't see that as the end of negotiations because, like I said, the Labour Party that you see now is not the Labour Party of old. There are several small parties already merged, infused into that Labour Party. Labour Party was not the platform before. It was called a different name. They were using it as the third force. Until the Labour Party was negotiated.
Hold on, Middleman. Can you put your avatar on? Because people are saying that you are getting Bella Gold, daughter of God, a bit too excited with all this flesh on display. So put your avatar on because I know you are ready for bed. So So switch the camera off. Is essentially is what they're saying.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let me put it on.
They say Bella Gold is getting too excited by all that show of muscles. So carry on. Yeah. Carry on.
Okay. So this Peter Obi's party is not just the Labour Party of old. That is where people get it wrong. Before the Labour Party was even negotiated into the third force, this third force, the party is essentially the third force. They were using another. I think there's a CDC, and then there's other smaller parties that were infused. And then the plan was to negotiate with the NNPP and so on and so on, and to creep in deeper and deeper into the northern space and even the southwestern space until they get a large enough party. So I think they've been building that network for a while, and Labour Party came in and they saw that the platform Labour Party had, the what's it called? Their manifesto and everything stands with what the originators of this third force, the Party Tomies, the Jegas, it's kind of complement them a lot. So they just adapted it and said, okay, let it be Labour Party, because in any partnership, the person who has the stronger force determines the name of the party. So that was why they stuck with Labour Party. There's several parties under that platform, and that's how Obi could come in. They could negotiate Obi in. If it was just the Labour Party, they would insist on those who have fought hard for the party. But it's a partnership with other parties, and now they've moved. Like I said before, they've moved to the next stage to negotiate with NNPP. From there, they're going to move to the next stage of negotiating with top politicians in the north. They won't stop until they get a large enough party to counter the PDP and APC. Then they can now say, okay, yes. And then don't forget that whoever becomes the deputy, the co-candidate or the running mate of Peter Obi is going to be a person that knows his salt, that has a lot of onions. Not just anybody. KWAKWANSO fits that bill, but we don't know yet. Let's see how it goes. But it is an expedient move. It's a move that was made on time before the APC grasped. Because I was scared that people would just negotiate with KWAKWANSO, because they are all birds of a feather. They all know each other. And I know that Tinubu is basking on his southwest vote, and he needs the north, because we can see that Atiku is going to pose a threat to the north for the northern vote. Now he needs a stronger force in the north. So how Tinubu is going to negotiate it, I don't know. But it's good that Peter Obi got to KWAKWANSO first. It's good.
All right. Yeah. Interesting, but I'm expecting those talks to break down, because the egos in play, they're so huge. KWAKWANSO is never going to step down for Peter Obi, ever. And Peter Obi, of course, he has the march, because he's in a purple part at the moment. He's in a golden moment. So why would he hand over his golden fleece to somebody like KWAKWANSO? So they'll just talk, but not.
One man, can I even ask you a question?
Yeah.
If all the four candidates that we know now go to a straight election, please, how many states do you think KWAKWANSO is going to win?
KWAKWANSO will only get Kano State, but then
he will only get Kano State. So he knows that that's only what he has. So a KWAKWANSO's NNPP was set up this time around. It was set up solely to negotiate themselves into relevance. They're not fighting to become president. He knows himself he cannot be president with that party, with just one state.
Yeah, but he knows that Obi is never going to be president too. So why will he negotiate his ego down for somebody else's ego when that ego?
But Obi has more spread. That's what I'm saying. To become a president, you have to have 25% of the votes of other geopolitical zones. KWAKWANSO has only Kano State. Nobody knows him in Lagos. Nobody knows him in Kwara. Nobody knows him anywhere else than Kano. But they know Peter Obi in other states. Peter Obi, even if he doesn't win the largest chunk in all states, he is guaranteed some votes. That's what I'm saying. By the time Peter Obi, Atiku, Tinubu shares that vote, he will get something.
A zero. What we guarantee you presidency is majority vote. You must come on top, and you must have at least 25% in 2/3 of the federation.
Yeah.
Do you think Obi can get that?
Have you seen the NLC and the trade union movement?
Which trade union? Which NLC? What is the vote?
Do you know all the strikes that happen in Nigeria? Do you know who guarantees that? Who makes that possible?
NLC, hold on. If you want to measure KWAKWANSO and NLC, in the last presidential election, NLC had only 5,000 votes. Was even under 10,000. So we even have more votes than them. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Sometimes when we make this argument, sorry, let me just say something.
So
sometimes
what I'm telling you, no, hold on. What do you call this guy? Obi have no record to put before anybody to negotiate his strength. He had no strength at all. That's a fact. He have no record on the ground to demonstrate it or to prove his strength. He doesn't have it. KWAKWANSO have that. KWAKWANSO have that.
Okay, can I speak now?
No, hold on now, X0. Let's hear from Henry. I think Henry wants to come in, and I think it's a new voice as well. So, Henry, I think you wanted to come into that conversation between Ajanle Koko and X0. Henry.
Yeah, hi, woman. Hello, everybody on the panel.
Good to have you.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising because X0, I understand your sentiments, but let's be honest here. Peter Obi campaigned the old 36 states of Nigeria on what platform? On PDP structure. Now he's jumped to Labour. So where is he, you know, and when the people go back to the polls, they're gonna see only when he came to talk to them, all that northern states, what was he campaigning on? Was it on PDP structure? So, and then they have to go back and start to look at the Labour. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. The race is a two-man race. Atiku, Asiwaju. Who is going to be the best negotiator? Is it going to be Asiwaju? Is it going to be Atiku? That's where the conversation is. Now, the other conversation is who is the core not going to support? Those are just the factors I'm looking at.
Okay, Henry, can I ask you a question?
No, hold on, X0. Henry, who do you think KWAKWANSO should be negotiating with? This talks with Peter Obi. Is it just to be civil?
One man. The best negotiator amongst all of them is Tinubu.
Are you sure? No, I think it's Atiku.
No. It's Tinubu. Like this now. What's his name? Obi already went to talk to these boys. KWAKWANSO, you know, let's form alliance, blah, 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 blah. It's not working out. Now, Tinubu is trying to unite every APC member, first of all, call them together, sit them down. Now, when the party's on an agreement, they will tell him who the VP will be. And God help any other party. If the VP comes from the north, APC wants to remain in power, like, how would this game play? You just tell me. How this doesn't favor Tinubu. APC wants to remain in power. VP is likely to come from the core north. How this game doesn't favor Tinubu is how I don't know.
All right. Well, you can never say never because Atiku is a sharp operator as well, and KWAKWANSO he has a relationship of religion and tribe with him.
Good.
So
now
I don't know.
This is where I see it going. If from what you will start to observe going to 2023, if you're getting mega negotiations on your side, if PDP are winning people, you would feel it. If APC are winning people, you will feel it. It's just going to be mass defections. And when we start to see the signs, I tell you all, it's APC, man. This is a race for APC. Like, they're going to remain in power. Or not to support Tinubu. It's just obvious.
Harry,
do you know how people are moving from APC to PDP now? Do you know that in Kebbi State, people have moved the former governor and some of the senator and legislator, they have moved to PDP. Do you know that from APC
when
in
was
Plateau
that?
State, they have moved
the convention or after
last week after the convention, they moved. They moved. Okay. Yes,
yeah,
they moved to PDP.
Those are part of the signs we're talking about. So negotiations are going in.
And from Plateau, they have moved to PDP. There's another state that have moved to PDP as well.
So those are the negotiations I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Whether Atiku is winning people to his side or Tinubu is winning more boys to his side, you will start to see the signs.
So that's where you see the game. It's just the two juggernauts.
The power wants to remain in APC, and they will do everything. Everything from what I see. Because Tinubu is their man. 13 governors are supporting it. It's either Ahmed Lawan or an El Rufai from their permutations, but I don't know. And of course, the game is up for play, but it's a very interesting one.
Hold on. Okay, ask a question. Go on. Yeah, go on.
Yes. When it comes down to the real nitty-gritty, the election proper, when
we can't hear you.
When it comes down to the nitty-gritty, the election proper, when it boils down to the votes, and Henry, you have your PVC, and you're standing in front of the voting booth where you see Atiku, Tinubu, and Peter Obi. Where is your vote going?
I ask you a question.
No, please just answer that directly.
No. It's okay. I understand where you're coming from.
That's personal now.
No. It's not. It's not a personal thing now. Everybody has their man in this three vote.
You don't have to tell you who to vote. Who is going to vote?
No, I'm not saying it to vote my own person, but I'm just saying where is his vote going?
All right, let him address that. You are not obliged to answer, but
let me tell you something. You know, when I was looking at something, I'm looking at the momentum of people saying they're clamoring for this Peter Obi guy. When people were clamoring for the APC change, did you feel it? Yes, you felt it. The whole nation APC. You look at this thing now, Peter Obi, they've divided everything. Ashiwaju has come out. Atiku has come out. Peter Obi, even Showore is still in the play. And you're saying Peter Obi, my friend, it's not happening, my brother.
What are you making of the Peter Obi phenomenon, Henry?
The momentum is just online. Like when you look at the reality on ground, look at Ashiwaju's people. Are they quiet? They're not quiet. Look at PDP. Are they quiet? And then Peter Obi people, they are also quiet. So all of you are going into the polls. Go and compete.
So I got my answer from you.
The best negotiator that you know so far in politics for the past 20, 30 years is going to win. Ashiwaju is coming to be your president. He has delivered the whole Southwest. He has made people. Look at the people that we thought had problems with him stepping down. Fire me, those people that were internal caucus that we thought had problems with him are stepping down like that. And you're saying, come on.
And when people accuse you of being somewhat ethnic in your views, is this an ethnic view that you're expressing, Henry?
No ethnic view. I'm just looking at where the momentum is. Like I'm following politics. We thought Ibukuna Musu and Fayemi, all those boys, they had problems.
That is within their party, though. Exactly. That is within their party.
Exactly.
So
you
can't call that a momentum. You can't call that a momentum. That's within their party.
But this is part of the youth we are talking about. I don't know how old is Henry, and he's supporting a grandpa. Can you imagine? Rather than thinking of getting these people out.
Supporting a grandma.
No, I don't know how old you are, but I'm surprised.
I'm here to tell you the reality. I'm supported Shore before.
It's not reality.
I'm sorry.
It's just a lopsided. It's a lopsided situation. It's not an ideal situation.
If I give my vote to Peter Obi and he doesn't do nothing and he doesn't even become president.
Yes, you have not lost the vote. You have not lost the vote.
But it's a wasted vote now. Is it not a wasted vote?
You're not being in reality with yourself.
So giving it to
vote your conscience.
I will vote my conscience.
Can I come in?
My mind on what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let that conversation take place between Joe and
This is my own perspective.
No, just a minute. What I'm saying is, looking at all of them, they have been talking before this time around. They were talking about restructuring. You want to tell me that with the situation, with the system that they have now, Tinubu will be able to do something tangible?
Okay, hold on.
I'm surprised because none of them in their manifesto mention anything like restructuring. None of them.
Let me ask you a question. What made you? Did you last 2014? I don't know what party you supported, but were you part of the group that supported the APC change? Yes or no?
No.
Who did you clamor for?
I didn't clamor for anybody because I look at them that all these people, they need to go. They are just too old. Even when I saw Buhari at that time, that they were just too old. I never supported anybody.
But who were the options Nigeria presented to you, and who was your own option at that point?
You see, that is why I said it's lopsided. They can present things to you, but you are not obliged to pick them. It's more or less like you just want to pick.
You don't pick them, but they still put themselves there as your leaders. So what do?
Take for instance, you as a person now, as a young man, between Tinubu and Peter Obi, who, or let's say Soludo even comes out, who do you think you will go for?
If it's only Peter Obi and Asiwaju on the ballot, I will go for Peter Obi. Now, let's be honest. Look at
does that not defeat everything you just said?
No. That's not where I'm coming from. Let's be honest. When you get to the election polls, what favors election momentum? If you are there, if you are voting, what favors momentum? When you see people swaying to one side on the election day, PDP, and now in your own mind, you want to go vote APC. You get there, the old momentum is PDP. Okay, fine. You see the way. Of course, there will be even they might in between there. They might be mocking you that you are voting APC, but you do your thing and walk away. But
now,
if you go there genuinely to go, now I'm talking. This is the average Nigerian. He goes to the polls. I want to vote. With I leave the house. I'm going to vote APC. I'm going to vote PDP. When it gets to the polls, it's what the momentum that is there that they're following.
Now,
that's the reality on ground. So
now, if I may ask you, if you have two armed robbers that have robbed you before, and at the end of the day, they have come out to sell your things before you, what do? Will you just pay the money again to buy it from them? Now,
that's a leading analogy, though. But carry on. Yeah.
If I tell you that if you have Atiku and
Obi,
Atiku and
Tinubu,
you know in your mind that these people, they are just buying their votes. They are just buying themselves through. You can decide not to even vote.
True.
You have not wasted your vote.
But in
because
between,
none of them can give us anything good. Nothing good can come out of them.
I can't say that till they both get there. Till each one of them gets there.
Yeah, by the grace of God, you will be here when we'll be talking about them.
You
have just mentioned 2014 now, right? And you were asking me whether I voted for or I supported
I won't be voting.
But don't worry, we will be here by 2027 when we will be discussing about them again.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Joe, can I say something? One man, let me say something, please.
You would have known your president if Ahmed Lawan maybe won the APC ticket.
Henry, hold on.
But
Joe, I just want to thank you for your mindset. The first time I saw you converse, we were having a bit of an argument, but today I just saw that you have an enlightened perspective.
Look at this guy. Anybody that has this video is
you're very enlightened. I mean, you live long
because he's supporting Obi.
Yeah,
no, it's not that. Don't get it wrong.
Because he's opting for Obi, that's why you all these accolades.
It's not that. He hits the nail on the head. You see, you don't need to be my brother to stand for what is right. He just asked the young man a question. You are in a different generation, and we were here talking about young people participating and young people changing the dynamics. And here you go, supporting, saying that you want to, Tinubu will do this. Tinubu will do this, Tinubu will do that. Where will your vote go? That's the question. Do your own vote and leave the dynamic. If you do your own vote without these permutations, rubbish permutations we all make with our mouth, we will see the result. That's why I say Obi does not come with any votes. Obi comes with a dream. And that dream is, let's change this.
Is
Your own is to put your vote.
Is it Martin Luther King?
Yes, it's in Martin Luther King. It's not about, see, most of us here are not going to vote. You know that. So there's no talking about I'm being a Obi supporter. What Mr. Joe simply asked is, where is your vote going if you have to vote your conscience? That's what they asked Henry, you could not answer. That's the simple thing I wanted to get. And I got it. So that's how you know that there's definitely going to be a dark horse in this coming election. There's a dark horse.
Can I interject?
Hold on. Before you interject, Ola.
Everybody wants to judge.
So there it is right there. It is a difference of opinion, isn't it? Let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. And this is from Adeyinka Adetunji. So sorry, can you mute yourself? I think you're out and about, aren't you, Henry? We can hear a motorbike in the background. So sorry, I muted you. So stay muted, please. Yeah, there it is. So this is from Adeyinka Adetunji. So it says Showore formidable, Peter Obi formidable, but it is not easy to wrestle power from the old and wealthy politician. And that is, thank you for that super chatter, Adeyinka, but that is the political reality of it. And that is the space that, you know, because it's been tested so many times, and the house always, it's like Vegas, isn't it? You go to Vegas and then you play the roulette and then you win $1,000 and then you put that $1,000 on red again and then you win $10,000 and then you go to your hotel and you come back and then you win another $20,000. By the time that weekend is over, you will be down $50,000 and the hotel will be up $50,000. The house always wins. The house always wins. Showore, formidable. Peter Obi, formidable. But it is not easy to wrestle power from the old, wealthy, and experienced, you should add, politician. So that is Adeyinka speaking to the reality as he understands it. Adeyinka carries on. Adeyinka Adetunji, he says, my sincere advice, they should penetrate governance from the bottom to enable them bring the change they desire. So this is a language that a lot of people have spoken on this platform. Because you want to, you suddenly go and buy football boots, and then you go to Manchester City to tell them you want to be their main striker. This is essentially what we're seeing, especially with the Showore narrative. You feel you are just some fat boy drinking beer, and then you watch a good game of football, and then you say you want to be a football player. You go to your local sports shop, you go and buy football boots, and you go the train to Manchester and go to Pep Guardiola and say you want to be their main striker. It doesn't work like that. You have to go through non-league and work your way up. So essentially what are Adeyinka super charts? My sincere advice, they should penetrate governance from the bottom to enable them bring the change that they desire. And this is AI efficiency that's saying essentially this was to X0 that is exciting the female audience too much without our chest flexing that it was demonstrating. I think Bella told us that she was Bella told us that she was a young single lady yesterday. I was expecting this sort of behavior. So this is that was X0 putting in his application to that Bella space. So let contributors please wear clothes on camera. So that and I think a lot of people said that as well. The excitement was too much. Alexander Gomez, super chats, of course. Buhari has promised a free, fair, transparent election. So yes, I saw that the Independence Day. Thank you for the super chats, Alexander. The Independence Day speech by Buhari, which was to a lot of people say that it's just the recycling of what is said all the previous times, and that is the Buhari government for you. They have stock answers, you know, sort of like a big supermarket warehouse, and they stack their shelves with products. So when products are depleting, they go to the storeroom to take another stock from that and replace it with the stock that has been bought off. So it's just stock answers. It's just template nonsense that you hear from anytime. The president has given the security agencies their marching order. How many times have we heard that? They will hunt down the perpetrators and bring them to justice. How many times have we heard that? But how many times have that been brought to being. So that is the thing, just a total nonsense. We all heard Buhari say it, but then quickly we erased it from our minds. So that was that. So Exiro, round off your thoughts on wherever you were, and then you were speaking on that little clip that I just played of Peter Obi wanting to form an alliance with KWAKWANSO. So round off quickly thoughts on that, and then I want to move the conversation on to Baba Akure because we're now pushed for time.
You forgot
Yes,
my interjection.
like I said,
hold on. Oh, sorry, Exiro. Yeah, Ola, yes, you wanted to interject. Sorry, Exiro.
Yeah, you see, I'm going to throw stone now, so carry your cutlass and hoe. You see, Adeyinka said Peter Obi and Showore are formidable. There is nothing formidable about them. They got the strategy totally wrong. But good, he corrected himself with his second super chat. He should penetrate. What we'll be saying these days, if you want to capture, go first, capture your locality, capture many people. You can that cannot win a seat at the National Assembly. You want to become the president. Where is he hard off? Give me an example. I keep saying this thing. So I don't waste my time campaigning for those that cannot get the strategy right. Now, we are saying Tinubu and Atiku are rogue, right? We agree. They are both ground looters. But look at it from this angle. You wasted your vote for Obi, and we'll be shouting that some people are giving us existential threats. They said they are the owners of Nigeria. Now you want to put another person that will even claim that for the next 8 years. That is where you are wasting your vote. You don't waste your vote now and start now chasing people from your bush again. That is where. Now, do I think among the two thieves, for example, we want to talk about, do you think Tinubu, because it's not mentioning, according to Mr. Henry, because it's not mentioning restructuring, it's not because Buhari decided to forget about APC manifesto. When you are talking of those people that are father of restructuring, Tinubu is one of them because Tinubu himself loves power. If we restructure to the extent that wherever he can capture, he doesn't want you to complete anything. So looking at that,
can I comment? Sorry, can I?
Hold on. Let him land. Hold on.
You can be rest assured that the Southwest, for example,
Tinubu is a no.
No, I'm going to have to. If you do that again, I'm going to ask you to leave. Teobala, carry on, Ola.
So if he gets to that place, you can be rest assured that his idea of regional integration, this guy will never forget it. Like I told you yesterday, he made sure he created his own local government. He took Obasanjo even up to the Supreme Court level, just to make sure that they try to interpret that thing. A person like that will never forget about that because Tinubu will always create structure that will favor him. And Southwest, you can bet it. I can bet it. I could be wrong. That when Tinubu gets to that place, you will never find these people going to the bush in the Southwest by the time he's going to leave that place. So that is why a person like me, if there's no other candidate, I don't think Obi will do that. For example, I even don't think Obi will even win because he has no structure to win. So because of that, among the two thieves, I will still go for one thief that I think I know he's going to steal if it is stealing, but that can still protect me, that nobody will come from anywhere and tell me that it's the father that has the land and we have to chase me away from that place. So that is where my mind will go. I won't go because of corruption. Corruption is just some kind of a buzzword that people use. Oh, I fight corruption. I'm not corrupt. It's a lie. There's no politician in Nigeria that is not corrupt. So corruption is humanity. Yes, we can get better, but in this context, I will use security, existential threat to judge myself. I won't use whether this one is a thief, We know that all of them are thief, and I won't let all those stories about Buhari. I will not see your money. I will not that it did in 2015. It will never work this time around. Please, that's just what I wanted to say.
All right, well put. Well, what they wait for. So let's move the conversation and go on to Baba Akure.
One man. Sorry, can I just come in based on that point? Based on what you said, I'm not actually. I don't even disagree with anything you said. All I'm trying to buttress is everything on that APC manifesto that was promised in 2014 that Buhari could not really do, that he could not work on. Asiwaju is coming to make it happen. Those are the promises he's promising Nigerians, that promise that we made, that initial change that you people did not feel in 2014, 2015, that is what we're coming to bring back to you people. and that's what I'm supporting.
All right, you've
one,
only
one
really.
man. I was going to finish my point.
Go on, finish your point.
Yes.
X0.
Yeah, you see, what Peter Obi is doing is expedient. Period. What this Henry is saying about the manifesto of APC, there's no manifesto. Don't get it twisted. There's no manifesto. Don't get it twisted. They didn't put any manifesto.
No, please. Let him just land. I want to move on, please. Just
they
allow
don't.
him to land, yeah.
They don't have a manifesto. They won't tell you that until after the election. Thank you very much.
They do have a manifesto, though. They did not actualize it, but they presented the manifesto.
They don't. Buhari said they don't have a manifesto, and the Buhari Media Center said those things were put together by those around just for the election. That is not the official manifesto. Period. They cannot tell us that for 8 years and now come back and say that's manifesto.
Forget all that. We have to deal in facts. They did have a manifesto, which they did not actualize, but they did. How can they not? How can they? They did have a manifesto.
They don't have a manifesto. I just told you that.
No. What do you mean? You just told me that. What do you mean? How did they run an election without a manifesto? What is a manifesto to you?
One man, you run an election based on a false manifesto just to win votes after the election.
All right. So they did not actualize the manifesto, is what you're saying.
How can a party run for 8 years without actualizing any single thing in the manifesto?
All right.
Not even mentioning one thing. Not even talking about it. What arrant failure?
Well, they are a failure, yes, but they did have a manifesto, which is, I think, the point. But let's
we are the ones giving these guys manifesto. Let them say it by themselves. This is how you gave them that manifesto they didn't actualize. We are giving them again. Don't give them an excuse.
All right.
Yeah.
But then, if they did not actualize their manifesto, so that is not to suggest that the incoming government will or will not manifest their manifesto. So there's an equal chance of Peter Obi not carrying out his manifesto.
You know why I'm vehement about this?
Right.
A guy was seriously talking about his manifesto before they won the election.
Hold on, you are fading again, but Peter Obi is equally doing the same thing. So no, we can't hear you at all now.
You cannot hear me.
Yeah, but lower your voice, but speak out louder. But
okay.
There are no guarantees that. No, we can't hear you. But let's go on to Baba Akure. I don't know. Your system seems to. Let's go on to Baba Akure.
I thought I was speaking very clearly.
No, if you scroll it back, you hear what we're hearing.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, we can hear you. Let's go on to Baba Akure. So Baba Akure, let's come on to you. So this now, this talking point, it speaks to all of everything that we are speaking of now, or we have ever spoken of about within the Nigerian political experience. Just this headline, it captures all of everything. Nigerians demand independent EFCC, ICPC to tackle corruption. So this is just the entire Nigerian story right there, isn't it? So Nigeria, on paper, in terms of policies and legislation, it's a fantastic country on paper, but in practice, it's the worst of everything. So they are saying they want to fight corruption, and they've set up agencies to fight corruption. But they've then vested those agencies under portfolios and ministries that are notoriously, variously corrupt. So you have somebody like Abubakar Malami having the anti-corruption agency under his ministerial supervision. He's standing accused as probably the most corrupt person within the Buhari administration. So not fit for purpose. That is really the narrative of the Nigerian political experience. Baba Akure. Okay, we've lost him. So Ola, to you then.
No, I'm here.
All right. So to you.
All right. Thank you very much for having me tonight. I think it is when you are using a thief to catch thief. That is ICPC,
EFCC.
EFCC, even even you can go and on, even up to this drug agency,
NDLA.
NDLA. They are all the same. So now, if you look at what happened just of recent, you can see that there is a lot of bias in the way they operate. Though they want to try to tell us that, oh well, we've been to PDP PDP convention, then they came and showed themselves also at APC convention. And if you look at the two, what happened during PDP, you will see that it is totally different narrative during APC convention, because they were open bag and things like that during PDP, but in APC, nothing of such happened. So you can see that the system the system is corrupt, and they are also corrupt because they are being used by any government that is on the power. If another government come, maybe PDP will also use EFCC against their opponent. That is what will be seen. So it is good if they have their own department that is totally separated from government. I think it should be running by civilian, different body, like watchdog, not where government supposed to, for that thing to work. I think it should be private entity, like private citizen.
No, it can't be private citizens, because it's a police matter. So it has to have some criminal investigation expertise.
Okay, well, if that is the case, but they should be able to have a public. What I'm trying to say is that they're supposed to have a public, a private or public watchdog that will be watching them. I don't think we have that in Nigeria. I don't think any of this body, even police service commission that we're talking about, who are those people that are in the police service? I strongly believe that it must be old police, not private, not public or private citizens. So what I see is that they're supposed to be overseen by private but like public body, watchdog, that will be watching on them, because they are not really, to me, they are not really doing much thing like the way they're supposed to have performed. Because if you remember the other day, they say, oh well, EFCC, we have to probe those people contributing 100 million. Where they get the money from? Do you hear anything about it again? No.
But Buhari stopped that. Buhari said it's not a matter of concern where they got the money from.
Because it's his party. It is cause for concern, because in a place where ASU is on strike, kids are home since all this while, then few people just gather themselves and they could raise over about 3 billion naira. So you can see that it is cause for concern. Where do they get the money from? Because somebody who can bring out $100 million, 100 million naira, that is just tip of iceberg, and what they have is just like just little cup of the ocean of money they have. So they need to. It's supposed to be cause for concern, but because it's his party, it turned blind eyes to that. But if it is another party, then it will now try to probe them. So if we're going back to issue of EFCC, ICPC, they are not really performing well, because most of these people, even at least right now, we're supposed to build a new jail. We're supposed to have a new jail right now if they're really doing what they're supposed to do, because it's supposed to be full. Even from civil service up to politicians, The cells supposed to be full. Even have 100 inmates in one cell right now, but they are not doing it. They are not doing anything. So that is where we find ourselves.
What direction do you think the fight against corruption would take under a Tinubu administration, an Atiku administration, or a Peter Obi administration? So run through the list one by one, just in a brief summary. What the fight against corruption under those three administrations individually, Babakure?
Well, let me start from Tinubu. I don't see anything better coming from ICPC or EFCC if because it's under conditional. If Tinubu eventually emerge as the president of Nigeria, I don't see, because they are all corrupt too. Even those who surrounded themselves with, they are all corrupt people. So there is nothing good in that aspect. The same thing applicable to this man, Atiku, but Atiku a little bit better than Tinubu when you're talking about the issue of function of EFCC or ICPC. However, I think
do you think that's because it's the opposition party wanting to take the money back, or do you think it's slightly better than Tinubu in terms of the corruption?
I think he may be corrupt, but I don't think he's corrupt as much as that of Tinubu, or surrounded himself with those much corrupted individuals. Though we all know that all politicians are corrupt, but they are still better than one another. So now coming to Peter Obi, I think Peter Obi will be the best option among the two of them when you're talking about EFCC and ICPC, because he is not as corrupt as those two in front of him. I'm not saying that he's not corrupt. Those who say he doesn't take money, which politician that doesn't take money? Even in Western world, politicians are all thieves. So then you say Peter Obi is not taking any money. So he might be a little bit better than the two in front of him, because I don't think he's so much corrupt like Atiku and Tinubu.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Baba, according to the space, Obasanjo coming to say to the youth that tomorrow is now. So when tomorrow comes, tomorrow is always in the future, isn't it? And there's always a tomorrow. So they keep on saying to the youth space within Nigeria that the future belongs to you, but that future is now, is what Obasanjo is saying to them, that if you don't seize it now, then you're doomed forever, because that's another 8 years out of your life. So this language of Obasanjo, should it be the person speaking this language? Setting the person aside, is the message right? And do we have the people within that youth demography to take up the challenge that Baba Iyabo is putting forward?
Well, thank you for that. I think, like Mr. Joe said, it's just a political statement. But however, what I'm seeing, though it is on the internet and stuff like that, I think Peter Obi, I would say, command more youth right now. But the point is that how many of these youth are ready to vote for him? I will say he is better, and when you comparing him with based on the way he's moving right now, I think he's better than Omoyele Sowore and whoever young people that's running for the election. So I think it is time, but at the same time, some of these youth also, they are campaigning for Tinubu, which I didn't even expect, because when you see when you read a lot of things, when some youth are posted online, you will be so ashamed that is it coming from Nigeria? Some of them are even saying that how do they know that it was Tinubu involved in the Lekki massacre? that if you even say anything against that, they will try to stone you on social media. So the youth, it is very funny. But generally, I will put it in this way, that are they really ready? Because for me, I am not convinced that youth are ready. However, I saw something today again. What's the name of this? Maybe jollof rice or whatever the name of that one of
Mr.
the
Jollof. With his,
something like that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
He's one of those youths anyway that say, "Oh, Tinubu is the best," and blah blah blah. We seen all that. So is he not part of the youth? So what are we? In fact, Obasanjo is just making a statement as that statement, but I don't think it's really resonate in the youth's mind. But who am I? I will wait until 2023 February or May or thereabout and see the number of you that really voted for Peter Obi, the number of you that really supported Omoyele Sowore, the number of you that really supported Atiku and KWAKWANSO and Tinubu. Then I will really know maybe they are ready or not. That is my take on that.
Baba, just on that space of the youth being ready or not, or even if they know what is right for them or not, or even if they know what is right for them, if they have capacity to take it on board or not. So the question that was put into Teobala, let me put it to you again. I played the game with Teobala and I called it 5 for 5. I listed 4 corrupt, traditional, long-standing politicians. Mm-hmm. And I was because my argument is that in that space that Obasanjo is calling for to seize power, there are no talents within that space at the presidential level that anybody can invest confidence in. So if we're talking about Kayode Fayemi, we're talking about Atiku Abubakar, Tinubu, we're talking about KWAKWANSO, we're talking about all of these names, Yemi Oshibanjo, all the traditional names, Rocha Sokorocha, Ojus Okalu, all the people that bought tickets, and good or bad, you can see them sitting in that seat, much to your detriment, much to your chagrin. But how many names can you name within the youth demography that is talented enough at the presidential level that you can confidently say that, yes, I can see this person as a president?
You mean right now? Or
right now.
Those people that are not involved in politics right now?
Well, either involved in politics or not, but a youthful name of a good enough, and I'm not even saying a youth.
Like what age are you talking about?
I'm deliberately using the word youthful, so I don't bracket them. But let's cap it off at round about 60. So, so some within that demography, can you come up with names, that is known enough? We know his politics enough. He's tested enough. He presents enough that you can see him as the president of Nigeria with all of the complexity that comes with that. Is there any talent in the youth space demography?
Well, honestly, if we want to talk about that, I think I see none. The only 2% that I know that I can say but they are not really involved in politics because Nigerian politics is not something that you can really. They don't want that kind of stress. I will say this guy Adesina, not Femi Adesina anyway, because that one
Akewumi,
yes. Because Femi Adesina cannot even be the local government chairman.
That one should be stoned.
It's a punk. So I will also take this woman,
Madam
Ngozi. Who's there again? None. I can't really. I think there is a
200 plus population by the million that they're saying in Nigeria. 70% youth.
I think that there was a guy from I think maybe Imo State. He used to be the aviation minister during Obasanjo. I think according to his record, I think he is good. So
it's no recommendation if you can't even remember him.
Honestly, I cannot mention 5 because I only know 2 that I can really say that they will.
Let's even throw Peter Obi. let's throw Peter Obi and Sowore into that mix.
Okay.
So we are struggling to come. We've managed to pull together 4, but we are struggling.
Equesili.
Yes, it's added Madam Ngozi. So, but also we have Madam Ngozi, we have Akinwumi, we have Sowore, we have Peter Obi. In the demography that constitutes 75% of the population. So do you see, there's no talent. This is what I'm saying within that youth demography that at the presidential level.
One man, I'm not going to really agree with that. You know why?
Yes.
If we have a very good
look at that. Okay, carry on.
Look at that one.
No, because if we have
but one man.
Yeah.
To be fair, you have to define that talent. The word talent you use so much.
Let me finish, please.
Sorry, Babakure, let me address that. The talent defines itself. Somebody that straddles the space and shows the desire of the want to be president of Nigeria. And you can see how this person can be the president of Nigeria in terms of his politics, in terms of his experience, in terms of how he's pushing towards it. So the ambition. So where Babakure is going to go, I think is where Janle Koko went and where lots of people go, though, that the space doesn't allow that talent to come through. And my argument is,
well, you get where I want to go then.
But my argument is that if that talent is talented enough and Sowore proves that, it will punch through that space. Because that space is not going to allow you. You have to punch through it.
Anyway, you get my point. You know where I want to go to. Anyway, so that is my. So I cannot really mention anybody except those two.
Mama, can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, if you say Nigeria don't have talent, we have many Nigerians here, even in the US, who have won election here. Yes.
Yeah, we are talking of Nigeria.
No, are they not moving from Nigeria? Nigeria don't have talent. Why? Okay, you know why I said so? Because the system here gives them that opportunity to come out and showcase their talent. But your country does not give them that system.
Yeah, so then what? What happens then?
It's the fault of our system. It's not working.
But what happened? No, forget why the fault is. What happens? All the faults in the system, they still subsist as Sowore is punching through those faults. Is Sowore not punching through those faults?
Has he been able to get anything out of it now?
Yeah, but at least he's punching through. So where are the other people punching through? Where are the other people?
If you use that Sowore narrative, it's not. I don't think it's a good one because there are other people in Nigeria who are so talented, who have those requisites to lead that country.
Yes.
But they don't have the money bars are taking the space.
Yeah, but that is what is. Look, are you saying that all these people that have seized hold of Nigeria, they allow the room for you to come and take it from them? They are not going to allow the room for you to come and take it from them. And that is why I'm using Sowore as an example. Sowore is not asking them to allow him the room. He's punching through. So what are the other talents within this 70% demography that are punching through?
I also have another name now. I have Aisha Yusuf.
Yeah, okay. So that's another. So where are those persons? But Aisha Yusuf, you cannot see her as a president, can you?
Of course
she can be. Anybody can be, but you don't see her presidentially.
Oh, you know what? You know the problem. This leader have dead to us to the extent that.
Okay, so we know the problem, the solution. Don't worry about. They will not allow you, Abi. They will not allow you.
Now,
they will not give it to you.
Is already there. It's for us, with the youth, the elderly, and the oppressed, to come together and mobilize Sowore or Peter Obi or even you, one man, to be the president.
One man, that was why I needed you to define that talent you were talking about. See?
But is that definition sufficient enough? But I think you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Okay, a good example is Bobby Wine again, and that Melele in South Africa. These people, you can see them as presidents of their country, and you can see them punching through the status quo. So even forget Sowore, those are good examples. But where are those people that fit the Nigerian space but push it through so that everybody, people like you and I, can rally behind them to say, no, we are going to, we know we have the force because we demonstrated it in NSAS, but where do we park it? Where is the talent? There is no talent.
Yeah, but the Nigerian story is peculiar compared to South Africa or Uganda or any other place.
Yes.
You see, that one diagnosis you find in the Nigerian youth is some sort of apathy towards politics. They don't think it concerns them. They don't, even the answers you mentioned, what exactly were they campaigning for? Is to end brutality. That is what directly affects them, immediately directly affects them, to end police brutality. But they forget to understand that that police brutality that affects them goes a long way. It is not just taking the rebranding the police or it is a chain of events that leads to that police brutality. So if you think of it like that, the choice, the thing that triggered them, it wasn't the poverty, it wasn't the criminality, it wasn't the joblessness. It is what affects them personally, individually, each and every day. That is what triggered them. So it is not something more patriotic, like we need electricity or we need jobs or we need to protect
it was patriotism. I think sometimes we conflate that that the ENSA space was a single story protest against police brutality. If you really progress that thought, then really you quickly come to the realization that NSAS was a protest against bad governance. Even Buhari
but
to take it down.
What I said, that is why I said what triggered the trigger. If any of those things you mentioned, other than the police brutality, that is what directly affects the skin of the young man. If any of that had triggered it, I would agree with you 100%. But it wasn't.
But all these are still, there are no talents. I can't see any talent. Or if we are scraping the bottom of the barrel with Peter Obi and Chowore, then that tells me that we will always be.
We do have the talent. They're just not involved. They're just not interested.
Well, there you are. So what then is their stake? Just to continue to make dollars and go to London and Paris?
That is it. Unfortunate.
Okay. Well, there you are. Then we are here. There are no talents, so there are no talents in Nigeria. That must be here.
Can I say something?
One man, can I interject?
Yeah, let's hear from Ola and then Babakure, and then we come back to. Sorry, let's hear from Ola and Ajale Koko and then back to Babakure. Yeah.
We are saying there are no talents where we don't even give the opportunity for the talent to come out. The point is that the system is rigged, and the reason we are shouting restructuring. Look at it this way now. If today were to be the days of Awolowo, we wouldn't have known Olabisi Onabanjo. We would say, oh, he has no talent because the guy just happened to be a Yekoto journalist or whatever. We could have said, oh, Ajasintu was just a secondary school principal. That, okay, this guy has no talent, and we would have done the same way. We could have said, oh, Abrosa Bali was just a pathologist or MBBS, one kind of doctor like that, so that had no talent. See, the point is this: we have the abundance of talent everywhere, but the talents that you are not paving way for to come into politics is another thing. So it is the what?
I think you're using the wrong example because Ola, because the environment at that time, it facilitated for those people to come through. But the environment of this time is unique and peculiar to this time and space. So the talents that is unique and peculiar to this time and space, where is it rather? We see it in Showore, who has that, he has a lot of the mix, except for the X factor. But where is, so the system is rigged the system is weighted against this talent. But if the talent is sufficient enough and of sufficient enough of an ambition, then it should come through. 75%, they say, 70%, let's even say, of the demography is the youth base. So the system is rigged and it doesn't facilitate. It's not sufficient enough to say that people are not coming through.
It is sufficient. See, it's sufficient if you have the right. Okay, look at an example now. If Obasanjo had not, if Obasanjo not messed up, he had an abundance of talent that could have succeeded in there. Even with those people that were not even members of his cabinet.
Let's not go. I'm talking about now.
Yeah, they are there. We will see.
So where are they?
There. The fact that we cannot say A, B, C doesn't mean they are not there.
Yeah, but where are they? Are they
right?
No, you don't. I don't think you understand.
Okay, look at what Tinubu did in Lagos State, for example. After this guy left, we started seeing those people that he mentored. Another person can mentor now, and the talents we are saying we are not seeing now, and those talents will start just seeing
I'm not talking about talents to be mentored by the status quo. I'm talking about people that will come and seize and rescue Nigeria from the status quo in the manner that Sowore is doing, but somebody more polished, more accomplished, more acceptable, and not somebody, but a raft of people, because the demography is there. And they speak of how Nigerians are gifted, but at that presidential level. So let's forget that the system is weighted and rigged. It is weighted and rigged. But within that weighted and rigged system, where are the people that are sufficient enough of that patriotic zeal, of that class of a presidential feel, of that doggedness and fastidiousness to punch through? Where are they?
Okay, those kind of talent you are looking for never in the history of Nigeria happened under democratic dispensation. It was under the military. If you are talking of people like Kaduna Uzogu, if you are talking
I'm not talking about people like I'm talking about what obtains now.
But under the democratic dispensation, we never had them in Nigeria. I can guarantee you. Don't remind me of Azikiwe and Awolowo in the first.
No, forget all of that. No. Let's not go down.
Talking from Shagari and go, Nigeria never had that. So
no, I'm not talking about. I think you are going to the history books. I'm not saying to go to the history books. When all right, thank you. Let me go back to Baba Akure, because I don't think, maybe I'm not expressing it properly, but Baba Akure, back to you.
I am here.
Oh yeah, I done the cocoa to you. Yeah.
Nigerian youth have been oppressed and suppressed by the system, and that is why you cannot get the best out of them coming out for the position of president. And the only one among them that is showing courage.
All right, so whatever.
Yes, the only one among them that is showing courage. We see the way it's being brutalized and beaten and put in jail every time. So that scared them. So the psyche of Nigerian youth have been badly messed up completely. So, but there is one factor, there's another factor that I see that is not, that's militating against Nigerian youth, the discovery of silence. It's because the Nigerian youth are divided along tribal line. Anything that is for the interest of Igbo, that is what you will see Igbo youth chant all the way, every time. Same thing with Yoruba youth. Anything that is pro-Yoruba, you will see the Yoruba youth will shout to heaven about it. If you go on social media, on the Hausa youth, the same thing that goes well with the Hausa interest or the Fulani interest is what they'll be chanting the most. So you don't have a united youth So when they are divided against themselves in their fight against this oppressive system, it'll be very difficult to discover the best of the best among them. So, and the only person that is showing leadership to this youth is Sowore. Until when they follow Sowore, that is when they will discover their sweat. That is when the nation will know that Nigerian youth have arrived. That is when the African continent will see it that yes, African youth can do wonder. That is when the black youth all over the world will be awakened. Nigeria can send that signal, and Sowore is showing that lead. But this youth...
all right, Ajale Koko, we don't want to get heavily into Sowore again because we've done, I think, 2 sections of it, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm just showing somebody that is showing leadership, and you are mentioning it as well. If we have about 6 Sowore across that country, youth in the position showing leadership, like Sowore, we have about 10. That system will have been broken down. They will have shaken that system. But he's the only one. What's wrong with other? That is the question you are asking them. Where are those? Like
yes,
Sowore,
that is the question. That is the question.
Good question. I like that question you asked it.
Yeah, but they are going back to history books to adjust and all of this. We are talking
where
about
are
now.
Others? Only Sowore that is showing consistency, that is showing stability, that is showing that courage, that shows that yes, it's not shaking and reliable among them all. Where is the Mogbadu? Where is the Durotoyi? Where are others that were showing up in 2019 election that they wanted, that were vying for position of president? They fiddle away because they can't stand the system. The Nigerian state is an oppressive state. A violently oppressive state that will crush anybody that is trying to stand in their way. And Sowore is the only one that is showing that leadership. So if we don't have as many as Sowore in that struggle, Nigerian youth will never get anything. One man. That's my contribution.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. And I think, Ajale Koko, you, out of everybody, you went to the space that I was really hoping to initiate the conversation around. So we know all of the problems. We know that the Nigerian state is very violent. We know we saw what they did to Sunday Igboho now. We saw what they attempted to do to Nnamdi Kanu. We know what they tried to do to Sowore. It's only because of name recognition that they've not ended Showore's life. It's because it's too well known now for them to be able to. So we know all of these things, but within all of these things is where they say when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So where are the toughs? Not the tough as in the TURF, but the strong of will and firm of resolute, but qualified and competent. That where are they? Where are they? So they say, oh, the system. This is exactly the slot that they need to slot in to chart us out of it. So the system is not going to give it to you. It's not a level playing field. It's a stacked deck. But within that stacked deck, Sowore is punching. So where are the other boxers? So there it is. So don't speak to me about Peter Obi and all of this kind of ding dong. It's just a nonsense. There'll be no change until we have those people Sowore-like, but more accomplished, more polished, more acceptable. And they said there's no talent. That's my own view, but I think everybody else disagrees. But back to you, Babakure.
Well, I have made my point on that. I will wait until next year to see the number of youth that are really ready, the demographic of the youth, or the total number of the youth that vote for each candidate will really determine to me if we are really ready. like some people have been saying here since yesterday or a few days back, they mentioned that the youth they are ready to vote for Peter Obi and they want to open offices across the country. Even some people are donating money. Some people are donating their houses to be the office of Labour Party because of Peter Obi. I will wait until then and see the number of youth that really vote for Peter Obi. That is if Peter Obi does not merge with PDP. That is my take on that.
Oh, all right, thank you, Baba Kure. So, Baba Kure, are you a church goer?
Well, I still go to church today. I went to church today.
All right. If you are a church goer within the Nigerian space, this the clip that I'm about to show you now is the expectation for the future. You know, we're just having a conversation about people coming up that fit the moment. So this is now the Christendom coming up to fit the moment in Nigeria now. So this is now what obtains as our church worship in Nigeria. So watch this, Baba Kure, and give me your thoughts on it.
Okay.
It has expired now. I'm going to renew it. I got this 1994, 28 years ago. And this is my license. I am licensed by government. I am licensed by government. I renewed it twice. It has expired now. I'm going to renew it.
One man, you don't need to pay. You don't need to pay full. I already understand what is going on there.
So there it is, Baba Akure. So forget the Bible. Bring your pump action and AK. This is the sermon now in the Nigerian space,
because that is based on what happened in our war, I can tell you, I have a friend that didn't go to church because of that today. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Even the incident happened about maybe about 100 kilometers away from where this person lives. And the person said, no, I'm not going to church today because I don't know. Maybe they will come to Akure today to go and do something. So you never can tell which church. Because last week, those people never knew that would be the end of their day or their life. They woke up in the morning, had breakfast, and you know the funniest part of this one, man, you see some of those people that was killed. Some of them, I can tell you that some of them will say, okay, when I return from church, I will come and prepare what we can eat today.
It's usually jollof rice and chicken, isn't it? After church, then it's jollof rice and chicken.
Well, they might prepare pounded yam. How many people can afford the jollof rice in Nigeria now?
There you are. That's another change.
So how many people can afford it? Even the common yam that you think is common. Even here where I stay, even that yam is even common here than that of Nigeria, because I can just go to market and just buy 2 boxes of yam. But even those people living back there, they don't even have money to buy it. They don't even have it. That is the fact. So some of these people that were killed last week, some of them will be even say, okay, when I return from church, you came to this world, nothing in your stomach, and you go back just like that too, without anything in your stomach. So the man who said AK-47, there is no doubt about that. A lot of things will be going on right now. Some people may not even display it. You don't be surprised when you go to church right now. You see some bodyguard in front of the church and with their AK-47 or whatever gun they have. I'm not going to be surprised if I see that. So that is what the government turned to Nigeria into, insecurity. That is what turned to Nigeria into. So you have to defend yourself. That is it.
Is it not something though that the pastors are now bringing pump action to church? Pump action.
Yeah, to defend themselves, because they never can tell. You never. Do you know that on that very faithful day, if they have pastor or some people that have that such gun, those people, they will kill people, but they will not go scot-free. They will not just go like that. As a matter of fact, by the time
one or two of them will go with
will go down. Even as a matter of fact, once they see that these people have gone, they will run away. That is just the fact. they will take off because they don't want to die too. They don't want to die. So that is what government turns Nigeria into. So you forget about Bible right now.
Once upon a time, Baba Akure, I suggested on this platform that the right to bear arms should be something that Nigeria should consider. You were one of the people that pushed from that. Are you still against that?
I'm still against that. The most important thing is that we should beef up our security. If you want to employ more people, employ more people. It's just that our government are not they are not trustworthy and they pay these people peanut money, no insurance, nothing. So if you put everything in place, you are paying them good money. People will join. They will defend people, not just some people just taking money. Why you're supposed to employ people to police the country? Don't you know how many people, how many police officers that 100 million we pay in a year? That somebody just dip in his pocket and just use to buy ordinary form. Don't you know how many police officers? I can tell you many police officers will not even get up to 1 million in a year, let alone 100 million.
Oh man.
He's on.
Yeah, how you doing? Baba Akure, how are you? If I can interject. Yeah, one quick question for you. What do you think about private security? So if you're not in support of the private citizen bearing arms, what do you think about the federal government granting licenses to specific people that will have their own private security, well-armed, well-trained, that can be contracted to defend certain communities?
That is a very good idea.
I think they have that somewhat already. Yeah.
But if they can go as far as doing that, why not authorize the states to create local policing, local security for everybody, not just for those who can afford it?
It seems like there's a fear, and I don't have evidence of it, but it just seems like there's a fear of the state controlling the monopoly of violence within their space. Because the federal government has been very, very hesitant to approve it. They've dragged their feet for years on this. So there's a tangible fear they have. They don't want to allow the states to bear weapons, control weapons, buy weapons, train their own forces. They're terrified of it, and maybe it has something to do with secession. Who knows? I don't know.
Sorry, I have thoughts on that space. I think. What I think really is holding that space up is that they don't want arms in the South because the whip hand that the North consider that they have over the South is violence. So if there's sufficient enough arms in the South, and like you said, the narrative of secession, so yeah. It's on.
Yeah, no, my brother, I think you have a point. It's also a function of that. I think, all our military bases are located within Kaduna space. All the key military installations for defense are located within a specific space. It's what we use to defend our country, and there's a specific thing that they use. So I think you have a valid point in that. And the secession piece, it has happened before. So if they allow the Southeast to garner a substantial amount of weapons, what's going to stop them from using that to try to realize the dreams of IPOP?
But I mean, police weapons are not graded to be military weapons. I mean, weapons with which you can wage a war of that dimension. And let me tell you, you can.
Middleman, we can't hear you. I don't know where you are, but you sound like you're in outer Mongolia. Are you in outer? What's the weather like down there? Are you? Please scroll back a little bit, Middleman, and then you hear what we're hearing. But back to you, Baba Akure.
So, like I said, you won't be surprised when you see.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's still just as bad. Scroll back a little bit, then you hear how we're hearing it.
So I won't be surprised when I see bodyguard in the entrance of church. Like I said, if some pastors or some citizens have pump action or AK-47 in the church that very day in our work, those people will not just go like that. They will know that, okay, this is fire for fire. And like I saw just asked, I would prefer private citizens. I mean, like a group that are well trained and they are trustworthy in the society, that they can entrust things like that into their hand. They know that, okay, this thing is not going to go to wrong hand. Because to me, Nigeria is not mature of carrying for individual to be okay. You can go and license and get your gun and no. We don't want that. We see what is going on in US right now. We don't want that in Nigeria. We have enough. We have enough. So to me, if they hire private,
do you think the bandits will be wheeling people on the motorways in the south if they know that there's a good chance that every vehicle that is coming through that road, everybody has arms?
That is right. Yeah, they will not try that. Like I said, they don't want to die too. Once they see that, okay, they fire to you, then you fire back at them. They will not even try to come over because they don't even know maybe what the next vehicle is armed with. So
I disagree with you.
Okay, go ahead. Disagree if you want to.
You see, these people we are talking about, they stay in the bush, right? They even stay on top of trees. If they are still going to waylay those people that are on that thing, they will still do. Because because these are the people that you don't even know where they are going to come at you. So to me, we need more than licensing an individual. Like I agree with your point there. We need police. We need structure, structured guards. Not because we are hot-tempered in Nigeria. Is it not in Nigeria that you get at the intersection and someone will eat your car the next day, will come with knuckles, start beating you after eating your this thing that, you just imagine that kind of person with gun. It will just shoot and go. So we are too hot-tempered and to license individual to carry gun in Nigeria. I won't support that. But the one we are saying that if this guy, if they have gun that they will, that all criminal will not stay on the road. I don't believe that. Because these people are in the bush. The people that are on the road, they are on the road. What if the person is going on motion and they just hit the person and the person lose control of the car and the next thing they rob the person and go?
What about the vehicles around?
The vehicles around we are talking about, you see, criminals too, they are not just unintelligent. They know the time they move. Because all these criminals we are talking about now, when you look at the issue of the way they are reporting them, they have a particular time they do their job. Something must have happened along that way. Maybe the road is a little bit lonely as at that time or something. So they don't just move like that too. They look very well before they attack. So just like when they used to attack luxury buses on the road, for example, those days now, they won't do it in the afternoon. They wait in the night. That is why you will see then that all those luxury buses, they used to get to some terminal that they will park and they wait for themselves so that they will have many escorts to go along with. So if an individual motorist that is going on a lonely road in the afternoon, if they still want to do that, they still do. Don't forget that there was one confession, if I remember, on YouTube that was even saying that some of these guys, they trade their criminals, they study, they take their victims, they trade them. Some of them, they know their movement and they know whenever they want to catch them. So I don't see how, to me, the benefit of giving individual gun in Nigeria is just change that of having a organized security outfit.
All right.
So individual is dangerous. Man,
All right,
I won't even travel to Nigeria if that happens.
All right, thank you, Ola. So back to Babakure. Babakure, round off your thoughts, and then I want to start to wrap it through everyone else. So Babakure, back to you.
Well, like you asked question that if each boss have a gun, I think we have different opinion. Like I and Ola, we have different opinion. I think a lot. It will be. I'm not saying that it's going to. It will drastically reduce the number of attacks on our road. if they notice that, okay, well, each bus have at least 1 or 2 license gun, they will not try that. Experts that know how to shoot, not just ordinary that have gun. Those that can shoot very well, just have them two of them in each bus. You just pay extra money and you hire them. We saw what happened during 9/11, and every plane that is going out of US or coming to US, they have to have according to information. I don't know if that is true or not, but I made to understand that they usually have maybe air marshal that always travel with them. They are well trained about terrorism and hijacking stuff, plane hijackers or something like that nature, that they can take them down when they want to do all that crap. So if we have that in each bus that is maybe coming from Lagos to Abuja, or from Abuja to Lagos, or from everywhere, but I think it would be much more better than individual having gun in Nigeria. We are not mature to have gun in Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Babakure. Let me go on from you, Babakure, to let me go to who have I not been to yet? So
can I briefly make a point on that of 19 billion?
Oh yes. Okay, go to that space. 19.2 billion so far remitted to Nigeria by people in diaspora. Babakure, did you find some loose change in your pocket and then you sent it home?
No, I have a lot of things going on there. My money is part of that anyway. That's not new, but it is Joe. I really want to buttress his point, because he was saying that because of exchange rate, that is why that money is there. No, I don't really believe that. I think one of the things is that things are very, very expensive in Nigeria, and the food is not there. So, like 2 years ago, if you used to send 5,000 to your sister or to your mom, now you have to double it up, because what they buy right now is like multiply by 10 again. So you have to double it, but it's not really, though exchange rate is part of it anyway. But I think things are much more expensive than before, and the food is not there. So these are the things that I think it is really bring it up to that, and we'll be talking about this for a very long time. We in diaspora, you see, even if we can even combine together and we form and we are working in unison, I think we can even take all this nonsense government down, because the money we are sending back home every year is a lot. You can imagine $19 billion in the space of 6 months. And let me just put 5 months. Yeah, somebody want to talk?
No, I just want to say God bless you.
In the space,
I was thinking what you're saying right now. When you finish, I'll comment. But I was thinking about this whole thing, especially with people that follow Peter Obi and Omoyele Sowore. And what you're saying right now was exactly what I was thinking about this afternoon. But I'll let you finish and I'll share my thoughts.
So you can imagine $19 billion in space of 5 months. And so let's just calculate. Let's just put another 5 months again. Then that'll be in October. So multiply by 2 averagely. Multiply by 2. That's about how much it will be back.
And then imagine how much you send them at Christmas.
Oh no, don't worry about that one, man. Then you now calculate. I know.
39 billion in terms.
Sorry, carry on my back, right?
49 billion, right?
No, the total figure they came up with was 55 billion. But, yeah.
No. I'm multiplying 19 right now by 2.
Yeah.
Multiply 19 by 2. How much is
it? That's 38. That's 38.
Okay, 38. Yeah. So that is just on average, because data that they are providing to us now is not really. We cannot really say, okay, well, it is perfect. So now you can now look at November, December. So November, December, because a lot of people want to paint their house, a lot of people want to come home. You buy your ticket, and you know how much taxes the Nigerian government is going to take from your ticket. Then you now look at how much you are going to spend. Even you that you are going home. So if you budget 1 million for yourself, then you have to budget another 5 million that you will spend. So you can imagine if 1,000 people go home like that. So which means this year, even 55 billion that the World Bank is projecting, it will be more than that, because December alone, I mean November, December, you can be talking of about an average of 10 billion that $10 billion that will go to Nigeria at that time. So you can imagine that it's those people living abroad running Nigeria. So if we are not in abroad, so that is it. We can even handle the government of Nigeria if we can really unite and forget about those who collect 10,000 naira from government and vote nonsense. And we are doing all this, and somebody sits in the House of Rep. The other day that Diaspora, they cannot even sit in their comfort home, and they come and talk about Nigerian politics. When we contributing that so much money, then they are telling us that we are not relevant. Anyway,
just as an aside, Baba Akure, do you know that the annual budget for Ghana for 2019 was just over $53 billion?
53, right?
Yeah, 53. So the money we are sending home, even is
so you can imagine, you can see what I'm talking about now.
And Ghana is a strong economy.
Exactly. If we don't send that much money home, if we don't send that money, it's just that your family will call you, they want to go to hospital, so you want to try your best for them. If not, we take the bull by the horn, the old thing fall apart. Things fall apart.
Yeah, one man. Just on that space, I know you're running short on time. Bawakure hit the nail on the head perfectly. We have way more power than we're willing to understand that we do. This whole thing with Omoyele Sowore, and Ajele Kuko is going to like what I'm about to say. If we truly believe that he can go in and change the fortunes of Nigeria, and we can mobilize abroad, forget mobilizing at home, we mobilize enough abroad, do you know we can raise Omoyele Sowore hundreds of millions of dollars, and he can campaign and pay off who he needs to pay off in Nigeria and become president? If we choose to, abroad. This whole thing with Peter Obi, the people, everyone that supports him, and I think he's a good candidate. But at the end of the day, don't just come out and make noise about supporting Peter Obi. Mobilize people, come together, raise money for him, so he can compete with these juggernauts that he's about to go against. Put your effort and your money where your mouth is, and show people that you really want things to change. We have the numbers abroad. There are millions of us. We send billions home. If we really wanted to change, let's pick a candidate. Let's get behind him. Let's mobilize and let's put that person in office. The power is evidently there from the statistics you just mentioned. And Babakure has said it himself. Why can't we? Yes, go ahead.
How do we harmonize it, though? Because these are individual. But I take what you mean, though, that you can point it in a direction to use it politically to effect change.
We can channel it. You're right. It right now it's wild and uncontrolled, right? But we know before an election season comes, we know who our preferred candidate is. We can create blocks of diaspora, Nigerians in diaspora, political action group. These are the things they do. They create super PACs in the US that they use to generate funds and support candidates into whether it's senators or even presidency. We can create that kind. Yes.
You know what you are saying is not even possible, because we have a lot of old people among us here in diaspora that will support Tinubu and support those old politicians. There is a lot of them.
The thing is,
they will support Atiku, they will support this thing.
Yeah, let me explain. Yeah, let me explain something. Not this election, but the last election. I remember very clearly, and I'm sure you guys do too, the momentum that Omoyele Sowore had. He had very solid people were behind him, especially in the US. And at that time, I don't know how he was organizing himself, but if there was a proper organization, he could have generated ridiculous amounts of money. So the point is, yes, you're always going to have people supporting Tinubu or Atiku, those people are going to be there. But there are those people like the Peter Obi momentum that's there now. If I was the people that were working closely with Peter Obi, right now would be the time to tap into this momentum, to use it to generate funds.
Yeah,
Do you know that if I like, just for things I've done randomly, every now and then I'll take $100, I'll run an ad on Instagram, on Facebook. It will come back, it will give me statistics of how many people saw my ad, how many impressions I got, how many people opened my ad, and all these things. These were the things they were accusing the Russians of doing in interfering with American politics. So if those people are really serious, they can mobilize themselves abroad here. You can run ads on those platforms and target people in Nigeria. So like for instance, they said, I think was doing Okukwe recently, I saw him on Arise saying that something like there were 32 million Nigerians on Facebook or something like that. So if you have those people on ground and you're continually running ads through money you've generated abroad in front of them, you can mobilize them to get PVCs, get them in different parts to vote, and you can start building up people in different local government areas to create a ground swell and a structure for Peter Obi, if they're serious. If they're serious.
That the structure for that is already in play, because even though some people will argue that Peter Obi is not the IPOBian candidate, he certainly has the sympathy of the IPOBians, and they already have an organized structure for generating revenue that is global. So and Peter Obi, he can. I don't think money will fail Peter Obi in this election, or it won't be money that will fail him, because people are ready to dig into their pockets in the manner that you have just described, globally and internationally, to support him. But let's hear from Tiobala, who wanted to come in. Tiobala.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think you already told my line, because that is what I wanted to say before. Because it happens that recently I've listened to some persons across the Nigeria and other platform as well. People are willing to contribute to this Peter Obi movement, but I don't know that of Omoyele Sowore. Like somebody called today, one of the program, I was just listening to the program. The guy was even crying. Where is the account? A woman called from Canada, different people from. She was even a Yoruba woman to be precise, and one of that persons like that. So people are ready for that. So I think the people in diaspora, they are fully ready for that, and billions of naira will be raised. Seriously.
Yes, no, money will not fail Peter Obi, that's for sure. Yeah.
But one man, question for you. One man, question for you. Question for you.
We had a chap, sorry. Izon. We had a chap just 2 sessions ago, Joel of Nashville, who says he's already throwing in 2 million naira, just for the heck of it. So, and there are millions of Joel of Nashville spread all over the world. Yeah, but make that point, and then I'll move the conversation on.
Yeah. So, question for you: if, as you say, money is not going to be the issue for him, if he can raise enough money, and Nigeria is a cash environment, then he does have a strong case or a strong chance of really rocking the boat, and maybe perhaps if the lightning strikes well, win.
Well, no.
You don't think so?
Ethnicity will fail him.
Ethnicity from the north or from southwest?
From the north predominantly, and from the southwest somewhat, and from the southwest more so because they want their son there, and from the north because of the traditional distrust of the southeast.
Okay.
All right. So let me move the conversation on. And sorry, Babati, did you want to? Yeah.
Yes, of course. I want to chime in.
I saw you on mute. Yeah.
Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy Sunday. As a lover of guns, with my AR-15s, everybody should have a gun in Nigeria. By the way, that's besides the point. Because nobody would dare go if they know that. Let's say in Ifako, for instance, everybody has a gun and it's well known. Nobody would dare go there at night to rob anybody. Everybody would just take care of that environment. So that is needed for Nigeria to survive, to progress. But in terms of Peter Obi's chances, like one man that was alluding to earlier, I think he's going to get a lot of votes. But the question is, I'm worried about his national spread. It has to, I talked about the need to have a spike in PVCs here. We're seeing those numbers rise, but I need to see those 18 to 35, like I mentioned here a couple of sessions back. So we need to see that. But I want to see the national spread, how we beyond the South. I want to see, how we campaign in the North, and and also who he picks for his vice president as well. Let's not forget that he has to pick somebody strong from the North that can at least help him out to garner votes from the northern part of the country. So that would be my own. That would be my thing for me to watch out for. But this third force thing, I mentioned the name earlier to one man. I know people have not heard of him before. And
let me put up your super chat here.
As a matter of fact, I have his winning. It's just 1 minute long. I have his winning speech at the SDP primaries today. But you can laugh all you want. I have never been wrong on predictions like this, so I know it's too early to tell. I know one man you can mock me.
No. Tell everybody what your prediction is. Tell them.
You cannot. You can try to pretend like mocking me, but I can see
Adewale Adebayo, the next president.
Okay. I will bet you later.
Who happens to be your cousin? I imagine.
Oh, because he's a prince. You cut that part. But no. Because I've watched him for a while. The reason I didn't mention it because it's more like a show. It's like a Peter Obi show where we like the baggage. Like there's no past. It's a true third force. So it's really somebody from the outside. So that's why I like it. Just listen to him when you have time. So SDP is as big as the Labour Party in Nigeria. I want
bigger until Peter Obi came into Labour. Yeah.
Right. So that's my own candidate for president. So I find him very credible for now.
All right, there it is, right there. So that's the man.
One man. I'm going to add this. I've been doing some saving of your tapes.
Right.
So this one, like you're laughing at me today, I'm going to save this one too, so that it may next year. I have
the best person to run away will be you.
Because you might just suddenly just remove the video. It's strange. It might just disappear. So I'm saving it just in case.
All right. Ajale Koko, remember how Ego used to come here every day, and we couldn't say sentence. So Shipa Joe is when we last see Ego, he went and hid for days and days. And then they came back on that Tinubu. So don't worry.
One man, please. I know it's an old topic, but Ola, please. We need to address your 16th president. What happened? God told him that he was going to win. What happened? Ola, where are you?
Don't worry. I'm coming to
Bakari now. Why
I'm coming to Ola. Yes, I'm sorry. Ola, hold fire. I'm coming to you with that because it's one of the talking points.
If we have energy against Ore, he will say anything about his candidate that never get only one vote at the primary.
All right, I'll come to Ola in a moment, and I do have that as one of the talking points. But let me come to you first, Ajale Koko, and have you expand some more on that demography economy, which anytime you hear this, remember we've touched on it before, Ajale Koko, as a topic, and we did the previous year something, and it was quite impressive. It was around about 38 thereabout billion, but this year now it's going to be $55 billion. That's more than it's certainly more than the annual budget of Ghana. 10 decades, Sierra Leone will never have a budget for 10 years running, up to even 20 billion. This is real money. Let me even give you this because there's some charts that goes with it. It's quite these are global remittances, diaspora remittances are cutting across the top 10 African countries that send money back home. So this is for the first 6 months of this year. So Nigeria, of course, $19.2 billion. Ghana comes second with $4.5 billion. Kenya, 3.7. Senegal, 2.7. Zimbabwe, 2 billion. Congo, 1.3. Uganda, 1.1. Mali, 1.1. South Africa, 900 million. And Togo, 700 million. So even the totality of the rest of them, I'm not sure if that is even up to 10 billion thereabouts. So this is huge amounts of money. So
Mama, did you mention India?
No, African countries they're talking about. So it's not a global. So it's a huge amount of money, Ajanle Koko. But do we make enough of a use of it as a political influence, Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, one man. Let me urge our listeners around the world, please. If you have not liked, please click on the like button, share and subscribe if you have not subscribed as well. Look, one man, that amount is what sustain Nigerian economy. That is what stimulates Nigerian economy. A lot of jobs being created in Nigerian economy are largely as a result of that money that pump into that economy from us, the diaspora. I know that Nigerian budget for this year is 17.7 trillion naira. So if we convert that 19 billion, I don't know what it's going to give us. Maybe it's bigger than the budget of Nigeria, or maybe lesser. I don't know. Maybe somebody can do that and let us know how much somebody convert that 19 billion multiplied by 600.
That's about half anyway, roughly, of the estimated 55 billion to from diaspora.
So that's a lot of money. If you put the amount remitted by other countries in Africa together, I don't think it's up to what Nigerians alone remitted to Nigeria. And that tell me that we are economic power. We diasporans, we are the economic power of that country.
But we don't demand to respect that, though. If we have that much influence, why don't we have more say in the political thing in Nigeria? That if we have that much influence,
that's what we're saying. So maybe we don't. We are not using the potency of it enough.
Right? We're not using it. If you're literally sustaining that country without our money for 3 months, that country will collapse. According to what I've read, if nobody gives money to that country from abroad for 3 months, that place will collapse.
Yes.
So why are we not then putting that pressure on them like the Jewish would do, like those countries would do on their own countries, if they have that much power?
Because we are disorganized people. We are not organized. And we don't really know what is good for us. We don't know the fight, the real fight that we need to fight. We don't know it. We pursue the wrong war. We don't fight the right war. And that is why you see consistently here, when I'm talking about Sowore as the man that can do it for all, some people will think, he doesn't have nothing. He needs to go and start from local government. He needs to go and do this. Why must he go and start from local government? Sowore is part of us. He lived here for 19 years before he went to Nigeria. If all of us put our weight and our financial support behind this guy, as courageous as he is, and get him well organized in Nigeria, because you see, to organize, to have a political party across the country, a well-organized body, you must have the money to do it. So if you don't have that strong money to do it, it's a limit. It's a limit you can go. And that is the problem. But all these politicians, they loot our money and they continue to oil that structure of their party across the country with the money being looted, so that they can get themselves back into power or retain power and continue to loot the resources.
Okay, so how can we organize? Because I'm saying that at this point there should be a ministry for people in diaspora at this point in any government.
Well, there is.
That one is just, there's no ministry per se, but an actual ministry where you just relate for businesses and stuff like that. We don't have that strong input in any government. Look at other countries now. They come to America to debate. There are people come here to debate because they know that their people abroad have that much power when it comes to money. But we don't even call them to come and debate in America or in the UK where they have a lot of Nigerians.
Thank you so much, BT.
But T, they've successfully found a way to annex us out of their ability to hold them accountable. So without that ability, it deprives them of having to answer to us.
Yeah,
the only leverage we have.
We've been used with no return. Like somebody would
Well, the thing is this:
once you talk, you say, you live in America. What do you know? You don't live in Nigeria.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If there's no block politically that we have because they don't want us to get involved in legislation, but at the same time, when the money we send, we do it individually, willingly, by the way. So it's not like we're being used. We do willingly to send to our loved ones. But if, as Ajelekoko was saying, we can somehow get into a coherent action block, and use that as a means to do things, it'll be really good. We'll be able to get some things done. The organization is
there's a way to do that.
Go ahead.
If we are sending if the whole of diaspora is sending money via the same portal, so let's say for instance there's a bank that is very much vested within the southern part, and then if you are sending money, then you know that you are sending it specifically through that bank, So and of course, if you are sending money through, let's say even 3 banks, but you make sure that they are vested within your own geographical spread. If you are if your transactions is through that, one, you immediately own that bank, because if you are pumping in 2-3 billion into a Nigerian bank, then you own that bank. They will do anything and everything for you to continue to do that. So through that, you can influence them, and then you can influence matters. But if we can point it somewhat pointedly,
one man, that's a good point. And those banks will be forced to come here and start dealing with you about businesses and opportunities in Nigeria.
Very quickly, they will have a branch near you, wherever you are,
because they know you have the money.
Yeah.
That's a very good idea. That's a very good point. But that's a private company kind of angle to that. But that was a very good point, one man.
All right, back to Ajan Lekoko.
You see, we have been excluded from the scheme of things completely in that country. We have been excluded from participation in that country political development. All that country is interested in us is remittance of this hard currency home, so that they can continue to use this currency, to conduct the the economic well-being of that country. We are the one making available the forex that country still uses today to function. If we don't send that money home, like Babati said, in 3 months, the economy of that country will collapse. So, but what is the way out? I don't think there's any way out, because we have been, number one, we are sharply divided along tribal line. If you have an Igbo man that is contesting for president, and you have Yoruba man contesting for president, and you have an Igbo man contesting for president, all of us in diaspora will be divided along tribal line. And that is where, and you see, the house divided at it itself can never, what did they say? The house, they can never stand, or something like that. And that is the problem. That is, we cannot do it because we are tribal extremely tribal people. That is the problem. So the political establishment in Nigeria doesn't like us because we're a threat to them. They know that. That is why they never included it in the electoral law that the diaspora can vote. People like Shore and some other what do you call it? Some other NGO fought for it. They didn't allow. Why? Why must we be excluded? So they don't like us. So it's just unfortunate, one man. The only thing that we can do as people is to identify the real person that is really fighting. Who is that is fighting consistently, never wavered, that never giving up, that is, very consistent, and that one that have lived with us, that have the same psyche like that, understand how things work in developed economy, and with that mindset to make it work in our country. The only person among them that in this contest now is Omoyele Sowore. Omoyele Sowore is the only third force. No other third force among them. So until when we can recognize who is the one, and we put away our tribal sentiment, and we put away, propaganda, and do the right thing, that is where we will start to get it right. But it's unfortunate, one man, we are the one feeding that country. We are the one that make that country to continue to still function economically, and we are not recognized by the establishment, by the political establishment, and I don't know what is going to happen to that country. You see, another thing is that you see Nigeria asking for foreign investor. We in diaspora are enough.
That is so annoying. It's
to
so
invest.
Annoying. I get annoyed when I hear it.
Sorry, Baba. Yeah, round that point off, Ajale Koko.
We have that capacity to bring investment into that country, that we take that country out of the present economic problem that country. We are enough to be the foreign investor without relying on what do you call all this economic scavenger that are moving everywhere, looking for where to steal money, and but they like them. They don't like us because they know they can collude with them. They can do some shady deal with them, and then cut away millions of our money, our resources, and bring it to the foreign account. That is what they don't like us at all. These people don't like us, and I wonder when some of our people want to line behind them and still want to vote for them or campaign for them. It's just surprising. But we are the backbone of that country, and we are the one that make that country to still function economically. Woman.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So, gentlemen, with your permission, I want to start to round off here.
One man, before you round up, please. We were talking about this. A lot of people that were chanting this Obi Kereke leading is going to win election, is the next president. I sent a video to you to show to you that registration, the INEC the voters card registration that we saw that was disrupted in Lagos was as a result of this musical jamboree that was going on in Lagos, and they are taking around the country. I've sent a video for you. If you can play it, you will see that was what was responsible for the turnout of these young people that went to register, because they wanted to take PVC so that they can gain free entry into that musical jamboree that is going on in Lagos. So the video, I think I sent it to you. It's just 2 minutes video, or you can play it.
All right. Sorry, Babate, sorry. But I'm going to acknowledge Adeyinka's Adetunji's super chat, and then I'll play that video from Jande Koko, and then I must round off. I wanted to keep it under 5 hours, but we're going to spill over it a little bit. But I think 5 hours is sufficient enough for a session. But this is Adeyinka Adetunji super chat into the space. It says, Ajale Koko sir, I have met Shore before personally. Very fantastic human being. But I sincerely don't see him clinching the presidency come 2023. Maybe in 2039 with continuous struggle. So this is what Adeyinka feels. Ajale Koko sir, I have met Shore before personally. Very fantastic human being. But I sincerely don't see him clinching the presidency come 2023, maybe in 2039 with continuous struggle. So thank you for the super chat, Adeyinka. I'll play that little clip. I think somebody actually mentioned it. It was World Peace that actually mentioned this.
World Peace mentioned it. So
yes, in yesterday's session. And here it is. This is really why people were jostling for their PVC. Nothing to do with Obi.
Youths in Lagos gather at the Tafa Balewa Square for the Youth Vote Count Mega Music Concert, organized by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in collaboration with the European Union and other partners. The event is a climax of a campaign which began on Monday, June the 6th, to encourage young people to participate in the electoral process. Access to the concert is free, but attendees are required to have their permanent voter card or temporary voter slip to enter the venue. Some of the artists and influencers present to motivate the young people to partake in the general elections are Mr. Macaroni, Pasuma, Waje, Amaomi, Real Worry Pikin, Kiki, Small Doctor, amongst others. Although there is no PVC registration there today, the crowd was given the opportunity and the assurance that the process would continue in 20 local government areas in Lagos State, with more machines deployed.
So there it is right there. So hold on, let me shut it out for. Actually, let me share a bit more, because there's somebody that actually goes on to explain exactly what happened. So let me share a bit more, and then we'll round off. Let me just stop. Let me bring this back at hard. This gentleman explains what's going on. So yeah.
We are passing the message across that the only way they can make a difference, the only way they can use their numbers to make a difference in our democracy is to register, collect their PVCs and vote. And that is the only way the youth can answer to the criticisms against them. And they keep saying that, oh, don't mind this generation of youth. They are not interested in politics, they only complain. But we are now saying, let us change the narrative. And how can we change the narrative? We can change the narrative by getting those they believe in to talk to them. And that is why we have this concert today, being organized by a group of civil society organizations in partnership with the European Union, in partnership with INEC. During the week, we said, come here and register. And we saw enthusiasm. Many of them started coming out. So we hope that through this concert, the message will get across to many young people that their power lies in their votes. But that vote cannot be cast if they don't have their PVCs.
All right, brilliant. So that was that. That's the real reason why there was a rioting in Ojo. They wanted to go and see a concert. No other reason. So thank you for that. And sorry, I'm just closing off things now. Yeah, so thank you for that, and thank you, gentlemen. So I want to stick to start to round off. I'll kick it off with Baba Kore. Please be as succinct as you possibly can be, because we're coming up to 5 hours. So Baba Kore, closing remarks. On mute.
Okay. Well, I think we just have to continue praying for Nigeria, for us to get a better leader, and I think the youth should combine their efforts rather than supporting the old politicians. I think we can still do better. They should utilize their energy towards somebody that they think it will be better for them. They should jettison the issue of tribalism and religion and stuff like that and vote. I'm not saying that maybe Peter Obi or whoever, but they should vote for somebody that they think is the best for them. And I want us to remove this notion that when somebody votes, they waste their vote. No, it is your right. You can vote for anybody you want. It doesn't really matter. Either it is wasted vote or whatever. That is your conscience. And because we are not voting for our conscience, that is what led us to where we are today. Because that has been our watchword, that has been our notion that, oh, if you vote for ANC or ACC, oh, you are wasting your vote. If you vote for PDP, that is when your vote is counted. You vote for your conscience. It doesn't really matter. Me, I will vote for whoever I want to vote for. It doesn't really matter either PDP or APC or NNPP or SDP or whatever, because that is my own conscience and that is what I want to do. So nobody can coerce me to vote for APC or vote for PDP. And I will urge everybody and the youth back home and everybody on this platform to do the same. Don't have this notion that, okay, your vote is going to be wasted. If you vote for Peter Obi, so your vote is going to be wasted. If you vote for Atiku, your vote is going to be wasted. You vote for your conscience. Because we are not be voting for for our conscience, that is why we find ourselves in this situation. So that is what I have tonight, and see you guys tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Well, thank you, Baba Kure. So have a good rest of the day. So from Baba Kure, let's go on to X0. X0, closing remarks. I think he may well have gone. We saw him in bed already, so he's probably asleep now. X0, flexing muscles for the babes. So thank you, X0. From X0, let's go on to Ola, to you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It has been a very good evening here, and like Baba Akure said, everybody should think through the candidate and choose the one that is the best for you. Maybe economy is what you want to think about. Maybe security is what you want to think about. So everybody will have the reason for voting. So to me, I will no longer use the sentiment like I will fight corruption or those kind of things. No, it doesn't work in human race. Every human being is corrupt. You can only control corruption. So, but who can secure my land? Who can make sure that some people are not, some idiots and some criminals are not coming from somewhere outside Nigeria and be claiming that their great grandpa or Yoruba land? No, because that's way. So I have my own sentiment of saying of saying I want to vote for A and B. Some people is job creation. Then on candidate, where people are talking of Pastor Bakari, right from the day one, I've told you that my reason for supporting Pastor Bakari is spiritual, is about faith, it's not about something that is logical. So and Pastor Bakari, I didn't win that APC presidential candidate, this flag bearer candidate, whatever. It doesn't mean that I've lost hope that miracle can still happen. So it's miracle. The only thing I expect people from the camp of Showore and maybe Babati to do about their candidate because they don't have structural is just to say, oh, that's a faith, that's a belief, and it's not something that is logical. Just like I say, my support for Pastor Bakari is not logical, but it's faith, it's spiritual. So if I want to use my logical sense, then I know that it is between the two grand leaders. So That's just what I want to say. So saying someone is wasting vote, no. That is relative to me and not necessarily anybody. So other than that, I want to thank everyone for their time. Please thumb up and share, because we know that this is the reason we are big. The platform is getting better with better quality, and we are doing our own little bit to deliver our country, and that is what we continue to do. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. Ola, I did actually have a topic on Tunde Bakari, which I was wanting to bring to you, but the time just ran out, and I was just about had enough. So it was APC convention. Tunde Bakari speaks on 0 votes, and he is saying that essentially he got 0 because he did not want to play politics as it's being played. Let me actually see what. Let me find his phrase for you. Politics.
It's a spiritual liar.
Yes, it's a spiritual liar.
Ajay, the man is a man of God, though. Be careful about it.
Man of God,
all right. This is his quote. This is his quote. It says, for us, the means has always been as important as the end. This is why we confidently wear our 0 votes as a badge. 0 tolerance for a certain kind of politics. So that is what is that is how it's that is how it's 0 for a certain type of politics, which is to suggest that because he did not bribe them, that is why he got 0, and it was a level playing field. So this is the guy is a con man. I've always said it.
He's a con man.
We know
I don't know why Ola is supporting a con man, a liar.
Zero tolerance to my own support for Tunde Bakari is spiritual, is by faith, and because of his program, I like his program. So it's not logical when you look at political space in Nigeria. The same way I'm appealing to you that
spiritual in politics.
Now, to think Showore will win 2023 is illogical.
From Islam to Christianity to politics.
Okay. But you can believe your spiritual pastor.
Because spirituality is an outlier, something just happened.
When he's lying openly that I'm number 16, God revealed to me. And now he failed. He turned around and said that 0 tolerance. And you still believe him?
It's still just primaries now. Let us wait after election before
God will come down and put him in
Babati, please rescue me now. Rescue me.
At some point. Do you believe my support for Tunde Bakari is illogical? Do you agree with that? Because I said it with my own mouth.
I have my own person that is also from the spiritual angle. Since we are going that route, I have my own too.
Exactly. That's exactly what I say. But is it logical when you look at political space within Nigeria? Do you think politically it can win?
Yeah. If you do you know what's funny? I think that APC, PDP, Labour will not win that presidency. It's going to be somebody new. That's my own thing. Let me help Ola now. I'm helping Ola.
All right. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. Let's go from Ola to Theobala. So Theobala is a very short window now because we're rounding off. But final words from you, things you were not able to say in the course of the session.
Yeah, thank you so much, one man. Yeah. Hope you can hear me.
Perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone on this great platform, and the listener and the people on the comment section. First of all, I want to start by rounding up on the issue of people collecting PVC being discharged because of the concert. You people should also realize the reason why that concert was organized. And if you watch those people performing during the concert, they were telling the people there, they said they are only online. But now they can realize we are offline now. And they also remind them that they not forget what happened at Lekki Toll Gate. So when they organize concert, they organize it for a particular reason. That's just for by the wayside. I just want to use this moment to quickly appeal to every Nigerian. With the current situation we are facing now in the country, we can no longer bear it anymore. We cannot afford another Buhari romance, someone we believe that cannot handle that country anymore. Please, it's your time to take your country by yourself, by voting, by convincing people at home or anywhere, for them to be able to take back Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, Peter Obi has ticked all the boxes. He knows what to do. He knows what to do from day one. And in regard to diaspora remittance, he has many lofty policies regarding that. He has said so many things about it, and I just want to use this period to urge each and every one of us, go and get your PVC, register, believe in yourself and believe in the movement of Peter Obi. We will surely get it. Don't forget all these old cargoes. We don't need anymore. And for the other people who are aspiring to be president, please load down your ego and work with Peter Obi. They will move the nation forward. With the measures of Peter Obi and KWAKWANSO, I hope it comes true. If it comes true, it will be a great thing. I'm always sincere with you for Nigerians, because we need that man in the north. But in the absence of him, we still have other people that can deliver for us in the northern part of Nigeria. Our aim is to make Nigeria great again, not to make Igbo, not to make Yoruba, or to make the South. We are all one Nigeria. We are going to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Theobala. Well put. So thank you, Theobala. So always a delight in your company. So that was Theobala. Before we go on to the next closing remarks, just a call really for anybody still listening, especially if you're listening all the way through, click on the like button. If you have no reason not to click on it, then you have every reason to click on it, because that helps the platform reach a wider audience. As Ola explained, as I often explain, as Ajande Koko explained. So unless it absolutely offends you to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on it. So click on the like button and let that reflect as I look again, a 5-hour session. So I think that deserves a like button from anyone. And if you are clicking on the like button and you notice that you are not already subscribed, correct that as well, as you hear now the closing remarks of Tony. So, sorry, Tony, to you. Do we still have Tony even? Tony, are you there? No, we don't have Tony anymore. So from Tony, let's go on to let's go to yes, we've done Theobala. So let's go to Babati. Babati, you came in laterly, but apologies, but we're at the closing
you know, you and I we've been dealing with this or your bias lately, of trying to sideline a bias on your program, but it's okay. We'll talk about that one later on a different show. But let me just say something to Aja today. I saw a video of Socio-economic today, and I could not believe my eyes, and I was stunned by what I was hearing. He came on Arise today. Maybe you've seen the interview on Arise today, and for the first time in forever, Socio-economic talked like a politician. I could not believe it. There was no aluta for 15 minutes. He was just going to the point, solutions. He was addressing the past, but he focused on solutions. I'm like, so I don't know if you can reach out to him. Whoever I talked to him today before that interview, he should continue that same whatever. That stuff worked. That stuff, I was blown away. I could not believe what I was hearing. So for some reason, the man has improved. One man, he has improved. I don't know what happened to him lately, but he talks like a person now. No more of that aluta stuff. So it's grown a little bit. So I'm so impressed by that. But to the gun issue, everybody should have a gun in Nigeria. That's just to give it. And I think that we will see more attacks to come. That would be, but not too much to say today. I came in late, but it was just to show everything that my mind was blown today. To be honest with you, I was just blown away. Like the video, subscribe, love the channel. This channel is going to grow in the next few months. It's going to probably double. I can assure you that. I can see that coming. You can see the trend, and good to be part of it and to support it any way we can. So let's help build the channel to be better, and hopefully by next month we'll be getting 500 likes to 1,000 likes. All right. Good night, everybody.
All right. So thank you, Babati. So that was Babati. A person who came in laterally, of course, but one of your favorite voices, nevertheless. Your dictionary is to the ready. You know it's coming. Here is his on.
One man. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, so one man, I think, your platform serves a very important point, and I think we touched on one of those points today, which is the power of the diaspora and the ability of that diaspora to use its leverage to hold the Nigerian government, legislature, political parties, hold them accountable by organizing ourselves. We come on this platform, and a lot of times we talk about, our people need to get PVC, our people need to do this, our people need to, everything is directed to the people on ground. But I think we need to start directing some of this stuff to us. We need to form a political action network. We need to figure out, I'm not an expert in organizing those things, so I don't know how it will work, but we need to form that. We need to figure out how it will work. We need to get as many members as possible. All these people that are talking, enough of the talk. Let's use your talk into action. And let's channel that action in the right place. Let's do something. Because sometimes we talk here, and the talk is important because it helps put in perspective just how devastating and annoying and painful the situation is. And sometimes how helpless you feel. But we don't have to feel helpless anymore. We have power, we have numbers, we have a platform. So all of you listening right now, God, I take beg you. If you think this is important, if you come here because you really think that your country needs to head in the right direction, they just gave us the statistics today with the dollars that we command. Let us start to think about this. It's very important. And let us start to, we don't have to agree on who we want to champion. It's fine. But we all agree that we want to make that nation go in the right direction. So we have to figure out how we will make it work. And we're smart enough to do that. I'll give you a quote from the American abolitionist. His name is Frederick Douglass. He had this quote in 1875. It's powerful. It's one of my favorite quotes ever. He says, "Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and it never will." He said, "Find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them, and these will continue till they are resisted with either words or blows or with both." And finally, he said, "The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress." You can find it online. Frederick Douglass, "Power concedes nothing without a demand." It is powerful. It speaks to our immediate circumstance. People, my brothers and sisters in diaspora, we have the power. We have the numbers. We can join forces. Let us find out what we want to join forces for. If we believe in doing something for Nigeria, even if we don't, if you believe in Odua Republic or IPOB, fine, join that group and push for your cause. I believe in Nigeria, so that's why I'm saying this. But if you believe in something else, then fine. But just don't stop the talking. Okay, let's channel action. Thank you, one man. God bless. I listen all the time. When I have chance, I call in. But I'll continue to listen and like and subscribe and all that stuff. You're on mute, woman. I think you're on mute.
No, I was listening to you know these mini reels on Instagram. They are quite addictive. Just this 10 seconds something. Or yeah, I was listening to that, so that's why I muted myself. But I was going to say that I was listening to yourself, of course, in rapt attention. But I was just going to say that that is what I said. I did pre-warn the audience that heavy grammar and big assets. The only thing that surpasses Aizon's grammar is his sense. So that is Aizon with sense and grammar, intelligence and articulation. But no one captures that better than the mighty one himself. Ajanle Koko, the final word.
Thank you, one man.
I thank everybody that came on the platform today for your contribution. We have done it again today. Tomorrow, God's willing, we'll be here again to do it again. And we'll be here again tomorrow. Aizon said it all. We don't have to continue to love our oppressor. We have to do away with them. We have to develop an habit of once bitten, twice shy. Pastor Bakari he's a pastor that I really love. Love him so much, but he has a lot of things that he has said recently that never come out to be true. And the recent one is the one that he's going to be the 16th president, that God told him he's going to be 16th president. For God's sake, if you tell people that God told you this, God never lied. If God says something, God will surely make it happen. Somebody that doesn't attend APC meeting, he doesn't attend leaders meeting, he doesn't participate in anything, and he said God told him that he will be the next president. It took so much money, 100 million naira, to buy phone, when millions of Nigerians are suffering, when millions are homeless, when millions are in motherless home. This man that called himself man of God, 200 million to invest in a party that have destroyed this country. That's enough to do away with that man. He's a con man. He's a liar. God did not tell him anything. He was looking for relevance. He was looking for cheap. Maybe he was hoping that Buhari will support him because he was once the vice president to Buhari during the CPC days. That was what he was hoping for. But Buhari did not. Buhari was the God he was referring to. But the God, Buhari, did not make it happen to him. And he turned around again today, lied to the congregation that the God means zero tolerance. That man is a liar, he's a common. And my brother Ola should stay away from this man. You can't continue to support a liar, a man that said he's a man of God. Develop an habit of once beaten, twice shy. Never let him beat you second time. We are not fools. This is what these leaders in Nigeria at all spectrum of our society, the religious leader, the political leader, the business leader, all leadership, lie to Nigeria, manipulate, they do bragado, they perform some kind of magic, they call white, blue to people, and they get away with it. And that is what drove us, they persistently doing this for many years. That is what got us to where we are today. So other than that, let me thank our listeners around the world. Please, if you have not liked this session, please like it right now, because when you do that, that will help the YouTube algorithm. The battle that we are in is a battle for the survival of that country, and we have to do it together. We cannot do it alone on this platform. We have to spread it. We have to jump in together and do it and spread it back home to our people back home to get their PVC. And I am recommending to everybody, please, Showore is the person that is consistent and reliable It's the one that never run away from this pastor. He never align with them. He never do any business with them, and is the most reliable among them all. So also, he will fight for you. He's been fighting for common people. He's been to jail several times, been brutalized by police. He never stopped fighting. So he will fight for you when he gets to power. So we need a reliable person. That is the him. Vote for him, and we will get Nigeria back on track. So those of you at the commentary section, thank you all. Please keep doing what you know to do best. Come back tomorrow from our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman, board of trustees. One man went to more. Thank you so much. I thank Alessandra Akashi, Nkem. I thank Jaja. I thank Flash Mankind. My sister Bunksman. I don't know if he's here today, but where you're listening, I say hi to you. So others, I thank you all. Come back tomorrow. Let's do it again. To one man is the driver. He's driving us well. We are comfortable in this vehicle. And tomorrow, by God's grace, our one man, the eagle, will land again, will bring it again for us, and we shall all join him to trash him out, and we'll continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So that's Ajale Koko. No one else does it better. So there it is. I think there's even a song to that theme. So that's Ajale Koko, as only he can, rounding off the session. So Ajale Koko rounds it off only for me just to wrap it up now. But before I wrap it off, just where Ajale Koko was, I continue from there. Is that push, we're saying we want to push the platform forward. And for us to be able to push the platform forward, we need your support in doing that. And the support you can offer, you don't have to dust the cobwebs off your wallet that has not seen action since 1802. So no, nobody is attacking your money. But the only thing that is being asked of you is to click on the like button and click on the subscribe button. So the subscribe button, if it's showing red on your screen, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So click on it to depress it to show gray, and that's a one-off click. So click on the subscribe button. I especially need 10 of you to click on subscribe to push us over another, actually 11, because 10 will take us to a threshold, and then 11 will take us over a threshold. So if 11 people can click on subscribe, that takes us over a threshold. And if all of you that are listening, because from the numbers, even everybody that is here now, you have not clicked on the like button, because that's showing in the numbers. As you can see it on your screen, you can see the like button you can see the like numbers on your screen as I'm talking to you now, and you can see the amount of people still on the screen with the session, even at this late hour. So that is to tell you that not everybody that is watching and listening, a lot of you all the way through have clicked on the like button. So do that, click on like and subscribe. Haven't done that, then come join me in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave it here, carry the conversation up with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.